Okay. Well, good morning, everyone. We are going to start our second day of the workshop. I'm going to be the chair, and we have 6 papers in this session. The first 2 are papers that have 20 minutes for presentation and then 10 minutes for comments, and the other papers have 10 minutes for presentation and 5 minutes for comments. We are going to start with the paper of Bianca Biasci and Marco De Logu. I don't know if Marco is going to present.
Yeah, I'm going to present.
Okay, the paper is Tourism Destruction or Tourism Creation, Assessing Rivalness in the European Tourism Market. You have 20 minutes, Marco, and go on.
Thank you, thank you. Let me share my screen first
Okay.
of all. Okay, share. Okay, it's working, no?
Yes.
Okay, so thank you very much for inviting us for this very interesting workshop. This is a joint project with Bianca, as you already mentioned it. And as you can see, the title of the paper is Tourism Destruction or Tourism Creation. And I want to highlight the term rivalness in the paper. So let me move to the paper and try to explain what is this paper about. So what I'm going to do in this presentation is just to frame, try to frame clearly the research question that we aim to assess with this paper, and then show you our preliminary findings. Needless to say, this is a preliminary work, so any comment and feedback are more than welcome. So we think that it's crucial, once we look at tourism flows, to understand the kind of competition that exists among destinations. So why is crucial? Let me state this question with an example, a very simple example. Consider that we have 2 countries, such as Italy and France. So we may think that Italy and France compete for tourists. But what happens if one of the 2 countries, such as France, is going to improve its attractiveness towards tourism? In one case, in one polar case, we can have that the number of tourists increases in France, while leaving the number of tourists in Italy unaffected. And in this case, tourism is a positive sum game. While in another case, we can have that the number of tourists, the shift, there is simply a shift between tourists from Italy to France. So in this case, the way, if we look at the 2 countries overall, there is no change in the overall number of tourists, but there is simply a shift. So we think that it's important to have a measure of rivalness of tourist destinations. And that's what we try to accomplish in this paper. So we label the 2 situations, the 2 opposite situations, using the terms that we saw in the title, tourism destruction and tourism creation. So if the main point of the paper is to try and understand, not, the world is not black and white. So we will try to, we will end up estimating a number that will say something, whether we are more close to a situation where we have tourism destruction or more close to a situation where we have tourism creation. So I will try to briefly mention the literature. There exists, how we put this paper, we think to put this paper inside the literature. There is a very extensive literature on international tourism demand, and also on the demand forecasting of tourism. And part of the literature use random utility models to frame the decision of individuals among tourist destinations. And some of papers use Poisson regression methods given the count data, the nature of count data of the data, that to estimate. Also, some papers, one of Bianca, address the role of being part of a occurrence union, which you will see is important in our estimation, given that we focus on the European currency area. But to the best of knowledge, there is very little research on the role of competition. We mentioned this paper of Pastouratis and co-authors, but they mostly focus on one country, they focus only on one country in Greece, and they try to assess how the inflows of tourists to Greece are affected by the competition with other countries, such as, for instance, Italy and Spain. So we think we want to contribute to the literature, relying on a transparent micro-foundation of the decision of tourists among the tourist destinations, and to end up providing an estimate of the degree of rivalness among competing destinations. So what we try to do, you know, the transparent micro-foundation of the paper relies on a very general random utility model. And using this framework, we can rely on a novel method that has been developed in Brulat and Scimdini, 2015, on Journal of Regional Science, to estimate the degree of rivalness on foreign direct investments. They developed this method and they end up measuring the degree of rivalness on foreign direct investments on US states. And we'll try to do the same using tourist data to assess whether tourism competition generates either tourism creation or tourism destruction. So, just to have you know, a kind of paper in a nutshell, so to say briefly what we do. So we employ a random utility framework to model the tourist location decision. Then, following Brulat and Scimdini, we exploit a relationship that exists between the conditional logit, the Poisson, and the nested logit model to end up with an estimate of the rivalness parameter. Using this framework, we use this framework on data on inflow of tourists to the Eurozone, and our preliminary findings suggest that tourism is a zero-sum game, namely that an increase in the attractiveness of one country is going mainly to shift tourists from the other destination, not to generate an increase on the overall number of tourists. So, if we consider, if we frame the decision using a random utility model, we have that we can say that the decision of an individual I to move at the destination J depends on a deterministic component and on a random component. In our case, we assume that the deterministic component is made up of a vector of choice specific variables, while assuming that random component follows a type 1 extreme value distribution, since the same method as dynamic contribution, we know that the probability that an individual I is destination J is given by this ratio, and which mirrors the share, should mirror the share of individuals visiting this destination. So Guimaraes authors in 2003 showed that you can estimate a conditional logit model using a Poisson regression. The two estimates at the end coincide. Subsequently, Scimdini and Brulat showed that, okay, the two estimates are identical because the likelihood function is identical, but they have completely different implication if you go to the elasticities. And if you look at the model in a general term. So the conditional logit implies a zero-sum world. The number of tourists is fixed in this case. So if a country increases its attractiveness, it's going to take tourists from the other destinations. On the contrary, in the Poisson case, you have that if one country increases its attractiveness, it's not going to affect the flows of tourists to the other destination, but instead the overall number of tourists is going to increase. And they show that the conditional logit model and the Poisson can be interpreted as polar cases of a general nested logit model. So in the nested logit, in a nested logit model where there is an outside option, so in our case, you decide not to become a tourist, in the first slide, either to become a tourist or not to become a tourist. And then after, if you decide to become a tourist, you decide among a set of destinations. If you make the assumption that the first term is enough large, then they show that you can interpret rho, E1 minus lambda, as a measure of rivalness, meaning that if rho is equal to 0, the model reduces to the Poisson. It means the tourism creation. If rho is equal to 1, the model reduces to the conditional logit, tourism destruction. So if we get a value in our estimation of rho close to 1, it means that we are in the zero-sum case. So there is a shift of tourists, and there is not an increase in the overall number of tourists. On the contrary, if you have rho equal to 0, then there is a positive effect at the end, because other countries will not be affected, but then overall number of tourists increases. So rho captures competitiveness, and they show that it is possible to estimate this parameter doing a two-step estimation. This is the second kind of estimation that you make. In the left-hand side, you have the variation of the number of tourists, and on the right-hand side, you have the weighted variation of the change in the variable of interest. In our case, this variable of interest, I'm going to show is the purchasing power parity index developed by the OECD. And I will try to explain why we think is a good way to end up with a measure of rho. So we need both this variation and the variation of the XKT. So in the first step, we run the Poisson regression to obtain the predicted number of tourists that we are going to use to obtain the weighted variation of the variable of interest. We are going to regress the total yearly change in the number of tourists for this weighted variation, and then end up with a measure of rivalness. So we bring this model to data on tourism, taking advantage of data made available by Eurostat. We have data, our time span, I will highlight at the end, is not so long. It would have been better for us to have a longer time span, but so far this data that we have in hand. So we have data from 2000 till year 2018. And from the Eurostat, you have information on the national, the foreign, the total component. So the national component is the tourism from and to the country of origin. And this is going to be a bit problematic for us. And a same shortcoming applies for the foreign component. Instead, we think that the total component provides a better estimate of the measure of competitiveness, because we have all the individuals of the world are a part, of the population that we consider. We focus on the Eurozone because we think that, they are countries that belong to the same area. Now they share the same currency, so we can think them as a kind of regions of some kind of big country. Then we use as a variable of interest the purchasing power parity. So let me state in these terms. So we can think that or there is evidence that one of the determinants of the tourism location decision is the cost of living of the country of destination. So if it's cheaper, France, I prefer to go to France instead of Italy, ceteris paribus. But if you use simply the cost of living, is not directly comparable. Instead, this measure, this is developed by the OECD, allows us to have a variable that gives us an information on how the cost of living in one country changes over time, but you can compare also among countries at the same time, because the same basket of goods is used, so it's harmonized. So the PPPS are the rates of currency conversion they try to equalize the purchasing power of different countries, taking into account for the price levels. Then among controls in the first stage of the regression, we include some typical controls, such as the population, the GDP or per capita of the country of destination, and in one set of regression, we include climate. So a measure of the eating days of the country, of the average number of eating days provided by Eurostat. So to capture the role of climate in the destination. So in the first set of regression, we include the GDP, the population, and the purchasing power parity. And as you can see, in cases, we obtain a measure of rho that is slightly larger than 1. What it means that once you get an of rho equal to 1, it means that the model is close to the conditional logic. So it means that we find evidence that tourism is a zero-sum game. Then we extended this specification, including climate in the equation, and our estimate slightly changed. So we have always the value is slightly above 1. And then again, we find evidence that tourism is a zero-sum game. Then we notice that the countries now belong to the same currency area, but from 2000, at the beginning of the period, not all countries had euro as their currency. So we include a dummy in the first stage to account whether the country belonged to the euro or not. And as you can see, our results are slightly affected by the inclusion of this dummy. Then we included a dummy to assess whether the country is a Mediterranean or not. And still, for the foreign component and the total component, our estimate of rho is very close to 1, while for the national component, we obtain a value equal to 0.69, which is much lower. So here we obtain, we don't obtain clear evidence that tourism is a zero-sum game in this case. Then we run the regression including both dummies, and we obtain very similar results for the foreign and total component, while for the national component, the estimate is slightly lower. So at the end, so far what we got that our findings suggest that tourism is a zero-sum game, but we noticed that there are differences between the national and the foreign components, and we find stronger evidence of tourism destruction for the latter. There are some limitations that we acknowledge so far in our paper. The size of the sample and the time span should be larger. For instance, in their paper, Brulart and Scindini, they had data for 40 years. Our main issue so far was that from the Eurostat, we had data only from year 2000, and the same applies for our PPP variable. So, we look for, our aim is to find some other data sources that will allow us to extend the time span in hand. Then, the shortcoming among the national and the foreign component. So once we, in the foreign component, we cannot distinguish whether tourists come from foreign countries inside or outside the EU19. And in the national component, the tourists that are considered national are the ones that are part. So for instance, for Italy are the Italians, for France are the French. So it's not the same population for each country. While this shortcoming does not apply for the national component, where the total population is at the end the whole world. So what we think that how we aim to to extend our analysis. First, one idea that we had in mind was to consider a set of countries that share similar characteristics, in line with what we did, including the dummy of Mediterranean countries. Then, one possible way to overcome the shortcoming that I just highlighted is that we can focus for NUTS2 regions. But here the issue is that we don't have a measure of the PPPP at regional level, so comparable among regions for Germany or France. this is the main, kind of challenges that we face ahead with Bianca, and I think that I'm up with my talk. If there are any comments, suggestions, and I'm very welcome to hear it.
Okay, thank you very much, Marco, for your presentation. And now I'm going to give the word to Raffaele. We have 10 minutes for the discussion. Raffaele, are you?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Natalia. Hello to you and hello to all the friends that are here today. It's always a pleasure being virtually in Latin America, in Uruguay and Argentina. This is a nice way to be in both countries at the same time. So I really congratulate with Bianca and Marco that because the paper is the research question is brilliant, and the strategy is very, very interesting. It is a relevant topic indeed. I have only a couple of comments because I see that the paper is preliminary. It is, I very much like this idea of tourism creation or destruction. If basically it's a sort of test whether there is a Pareto improvement in tourism, that is if the things improve for one destination, leaving all the others unaffected. But with this, the regard, my concern is mainly if the country level is satisfactory to have this test. Because I see this paper on competitiveness as relevant, for instance, for those destinations that can handle somehow their tourism with respect to other competitors, and I'm talking about regions or municipalities. So I'm not sure if the country level is good enough to have this test, but it is something that you already pointed out in your limitations, because you're willing to do an ADS2 level analysis, which is basically what I'm trying to say. The second thing is that I encourage you to reflect on whether it is possible to adopt a sort of two-step strategy to account also for individual preferences, because basically what you say is that the destination choice is driven by the purchasing power parity of one destination compared to the other, which makes sense, but attractiveness, as we know, is much more. So I know it's always complicated to add further controls because you need to have good data, blah 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 blah. But I'm wondering if you can adopt some strategy to account for, let's say, individual preferences, because competition comes in this, from the demand side, because it's a perception of difference between countries. It's hard to do this, but just to put forward some words to discuss about. Another point is, it's a reflection on endogeneity, because you were basically saying that tourism flows are a function. Okay, you adopt growth rates from year to year, so it's maybe in some sense this question is partially solved. But my point is that you see tourists as a function of basically attractiveness, but attractiveness improves as the number of tourists grows. I mean, it's a sort of loop. I'm wondering if you see it as a reverse causation issue. Of course, endogeneity is much broader, but I'm strictly talking about reverse causation. Just yeah, I'm done. Thank you so much. Very, very much interested.
Okay, thank you so much, Raffaele, for your nice words. And yeah, you strike to the point. I'm very thankful for it. So I will try, to provide some answers, but in some cases maybe I have not. So I will try to understand whether what we can do to improve the the quality of our paper, because that's the point of this kind of conferences. And I want to thank you again for your nice comments. So yeah, you are definitely right that what we are trying to do is kind to see whether tourism generates a Pareto improvement or not. And yeah, you know, at the beginning, the idea of me and Bianca was to work with NUTS2 regions, but the limitation, the data limitation were strong. Essentially, the main issue was that the time span that we had for the data in hand, and also for the variable that we use to determine at the end the level of rivalness. So at the end, we came up with the idea to use the PPP, which is meaningful, but you know, we have this information only for at the country level. So one way, for instance, could be to do the analysis that you suggest, considering each country separately. So for instance, you take Italy, you take data on cost of living of Italy, then you take Germany, then you take France, and then, you know, that's one way that we maybe in the future we will try to do it. So yeah, definitely that's the main issue, and I agree. You know, I'm still you know, I cannot say that the country level is the best way to perform such analysis. So you are definitely right. But one way, you know, it's one step forward to get one way to show how to get actually this measure, because the contribution is also to see, yes, we can do it. We can get a measure of rivalness. Then, okay, individual preferences, you are definitely right, but the point is that we exploit this kind of relationship that exists between the conditional logic and the Poisson. So to include for individual preferences, we have to try to see whether we are able to extend the framework that was built by Brulart and Scimdini, which is not an easy task that you ask us, because it will be also a methodological contribution, and you know, I don't know whether we'll be able at the end to perform such task. But yes, we cannot say that for sure. You know, that there are the decision to visit one country place of one other depends on, not only, for sure, does not depend only on the destination specific variables. There are all our preferences, our internal characteristics, not preference, that are going to matter when we make a decision. Then endogeneity reverse causality, definitely this matter in the first stage regression, but we use the predicted value to end up to the second step. So in this case, I think that the issue is how to say, reduce it. One way, for instance, can be that we can try to address this point using an IV Poisson in the first stage to get a more reliable measure to then compute the average growth rate. But this is probably is feasible. But yeah, we think about we have to, you know, which one of the variable is mostly affected by endogeneity, not all of them. So it's you know, it's you know, it's a task, and also we have to come up with an instrument. But we can take some references from the literature to address this point. Yeah, yeah. That's another thing that for sure we have to challenge, and I didn't put in the limitations. So thank you very much to highlight this point. And yeah, I tried my best to, you know, to answer your question. I hope you know, I try to be as much clear and transparent as possible. Thank you, Raffaele.
Okay, thank you very much, Marco and Raffaele. We have time for one question or one additional comment, if anyone. Yes, Bianca, please.
No, I was just, I would like to say that one of the variables we use for attractiveness is climate, and climate is a pure amenity, so it's exogenous. So just to we know there is this problem. Raffaele is right, perfectly right, but it is also partially solved with this, using these pure amenities, so pure public goods, let's say.
Okay. Thank you all of you. So we are going to the other paper. The paper is Crisis and Tourism Resilience, Lesson from a Literature Review from Raffaele and Vladislava Stankova, who are going to present.
Vladislava is going to present the paper.
Okay, so you have 20 minutes for your presentation. Go on.
Thank you very much. Just let me share.
Okay.
Okay, can you see my presentation so I can start?
Yes.
Okay. So,
Vladi,
we see only your beautiful
yes.
desktop, but
An image. We are seeing an image.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. So, can you see it right now? Okay. So I have to go to preferences. Sorry, because I didn't set it up because this is I don't usually present on.
No problem. No problem. Take your time.
Okay. So let me see. There's advanced possibilities to
Do you have any problem?
let me see if now I can I solve the problem. So okay.
Yes.
Okay, can you see it now?
No. Is it? I can't see it very well. Oh.
Okay, so let me see if you can see it right now. No, I don't know. What's the problem? Maybe Raffaele, can you share my presentation so I will comment?
Yes.
It because
if you want, Vladi, you can send it to me and I can share my screen and then I can help you.
There are some advanced options to share the screen, so I don't know why it doesn't work.
Yeah, the first time you shared, it seemed that your presentation wasn't fitting the screen. And
Yeah.
did you zoom out?
Probably.
Okay, so I will, if you can write your email address to the comment.
Yeah, you should have Romulo's email in yours, Vladi. Romulo is the one who sent us the information about the workshop, so you should have his.
Yes.
Okay, so oh, finally, yes. Can you see my presentation now?
Yes.
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 Now it is.
There was a okay, thank you for your patience. So we can start finally. So today I will present our work done with Raffaele Scuderi, my supervisor. I'm a PhD student at University Korea of Ena. And we worked on the analysis of tourist resilience to different kinds of shocks. Through the literature review of the papers, quantitatively analyzing the impact of shocks on tourism, so the resilience of tourism. The purpose of this study was to understand whether the destinations are resilient to different kinds of shocks. So if we can learn something from the past experiences. So to bring potential benefit to policymakers and tourist stakeholders to cope with the crisis and to address the negative effects of the crisis. So for this purpose, we have split the available literature in 4 categories based on the typology of shock. So financial shocks, natural disasters, man-made shocks, mostly terrorism, and health emergencies. The total reviewed papers, we have gathered 70 papers, but most of them were assessing the impact of multiple shocks on destinations. So in total, we have gathered more evidences per category of shock, and we see that the most representative category is the man-made shock. We were also interested to understand what were the methods used to assess the impact of shocks on destinations. So we have also prepared this figure to see that the most used methodologies were through the autoregressive moving average models or through unit root testing to understand the permanent or transitory effects of the tourist demand and of the shocks on tourist demand, or some other more dynamic models. And the papers were measuring, the authors were measuring the impact of shocks on tourists, not only as on tourist demand, so for different destinations, for example, like arrivals, overnight stays, expenditure, or a certain segment of a supply chain, but also on tourist competitiveness. So what were the impact of shocks on the competitiveness of the destinations or the changes in foreign reserves. So we go now through the financial shocks. We're analyzing the specific resilience to financial crises. As we see from this map, the most analyzed countries were those most involved in the most examined shock in the literature, which was first the global financial crisis, followed by Asian financial crisis, and then Turkish banking crisis were the most analyzed. So we know that financial crises have an impact on demand and supply side, because on the demand side, because of the economic uncertainty and the deterioration of household wealth, and on supply side because of the liquidity constraints. Overall findings, what we have gathered from the literature review is that although there is a severe impact on the financial availability and on tourism, the financial crisis poses only marginal threat to tourism in comparison to other shocks or other sectors. In comparison to other shocks, because the financial crises actually do not put in concern the safety of the travelers as other shocks do. And in comparison to other sectors, because tourism is actually able to maintain its continuity, also undergoing the downturn of financial crises, and can represent the kind of opportunity for tourists to shake up, to take a shape, if supported by policies, if supported by active strategies of the private sector. So, we have also observed that these kind of opportunities were not accomplished, were missed. So tourists could be that sector helping other sectors to more impacted by the financial crisis. So destinations were assessed as resilient because we're able to recover from the shock in terms of demand or rebound back to the previous equilibrium. But the resilience to financial crises might be compromised or enhanced by different factors, mostly connected to the level of vulnerability, so being more economic open or interconnected. So we have seen that during the global financial crisis, the countries most hit were the developed countries, and in the second phase also developing countries, because they were relying on the arrivals from the developed countries, and or they had too much concentration on tourist exports. From the demand side, of course, tourists might be more sensitive to changes in income and to changes in costs. So it is important to address these changes this sensitivity with appropriate strategies, and also work on non-economic variables like loyalty, quality, and attractiveness of tourists to enhance tourists during the downturns, because the travelers do not lose their desire to travel as in comparison with the other shocks, which concern the safety. There are also several external factors influencing on resilience to financial crises, like the recovering from previous crises or the coverage of mass media. In the Turkish case, it was very interesting to understand that while Turkey was undergoing the domestic crisis in 2001, it was not too much medialized, so it was kept out of the public eye, and the international arrivals continued to rise. So that could be an opportunity for tourists to take shape, but it was unfortunately missed opportunity, and be reliant on the certain source market might be also harmful. So the policy implications teaches us that to counteract the crisis, it is suggested to avoid cost-cutting strategies while undergoing financial problems, and pay more attention to the demand sensitivity analysis, and to build a strong brand image instead of cost-cutting strategies. So to work more on these non-economic variables like attractiveness and a brand and a loyalty of the consumers. So to strengthen the resilience, there is still much to do on this situational awareness of tourism as a sector that can actually help other sectors in the crisis. Natural disasters, we were also wondering whether the destinations are resilient to natural disasters. So as we see from this map, the most analyzed countries were those most vulnerable to the different kind of disasters, natural disasters, but the most considered disaster was the earthquake, followed by the other natural hazards. Because we know that the natural disasters may produce a shock to demand because of the perception of devastation of the affected area, and on the supply side because of the dysfunctional infrastructure and the damages to the tourist facilities. So the tourism is directly impacted by natural disasters, and many papers have also observed that there might be also some kind of opportunity to increase the arrivals because of the dark tourism or pilgrimage to the disaster areas, but this might have also some kind of negative effect, as the increased arrivals might interfere with rescuing activities. Natural disasters trigger other effects like floodings or heavy rainfall, which obstacle the destinations from the recovery. So although the destinations are resilient to natural disasters because they can rebound back to the previous equilibrium, the recovery process vary from 5 to 11 months. And due to several factors, which are mostly connected to the vulnerability or organizational abilities of the country, of course, that the most vulnerable countries are often more prepared, as a Chinese system demonstrated this after a Benchuan earthquake in 2008. So they have for each affected county a province that is supporting financially the county. Or it is important to know if we have diversified economy or weather-dependent economy. So that could also compromise the resilience if the economy is too specialized. And then also, if we have our key source markets are very sensitive to safety, it is suggested to pay attention to this sensitivity and to address this sensitivity properly. Also geographical knowledge, because many tourists may actually generalize an affected area to whole country and avoid travel to whole country, or the typology of tourists. External factors, again, sensitivity of damages, intensity of damages, or if the country suffered from the previous crises, that might actually slow down the recovery process, or whether the tourist destination do not have diversified offer. So if the cultural heritage was damaged and it was disrupted, that might be a problem in the recovery process in the post-disaster management. During the natural crises, however, we may say that tourism is into government agendas. So there were many initiatives supporting in the post-disaster management, and most of them were through the familiarization tours to the affected areas or financial aids, but the warning system is still represents a small part, so improving more the prevention or the long-term resilience remains still an issue. So to counteract the crises, it was suggested in the policy implication part in the papers to pay attention to the accuracy of media coverage, to adopt cost-cutting strategies only if the affected area is operational again, to diversify the economies, to don't be too reliant on the weather-dependent sectors, which may actually be disrupted, and be careful with dark tourism, as it may also be considered somehow unethical. So to strengthen resilience, there is still much to do in terms of improving warning system all around the world because of the environmental changes, which make many countries more vulnerable to natural disasters, and so to build more sustainable tourism. To the main shock, which was the most representative category. The most analyzed countries were those struggling with the domestic incidents or international terrorism. So the most assessed shock was the 9/11 attacks, followed by other international terrorism and domestic terrorism. So domestic terrorism mostly in Nigeria, in Pakistan, or in Turkey, all the economies which are trying to diversify the economies, but because of the domestic terrorists is a major obstacle for the tourist development. So the impact is again on the demand side because of the safety concern, and on the supply side, not only because of the reduced arrivals due to safety, but also because of some safety measures. International terrorism was found to have a greater impact on willingness to travel in comparison to domestic terrorism, which put on the other side the constraints for tourist development. Recovery times varied from 8 to several years, so we may say that tourism is actually less resilient to man-made shocks because of the countries which struggle with domestic terrorism, because of the generalization effects and spillover effects which slower down the recovery process, mostly in the Islamic countries. So it is important to address some important factors which may compromise or enhance the resilience of destinations to man-made shocks through reducing the inherent vulnerability, political instability, for instance, or paying attention to cultural ties. And from the demand side, also we may say that the destinations might be affected twice because of some measurements, public measurements, like for instance, prohibition of access to the country for certain source market of the destination. So also other external factors like the presence of other shocks, the time when it happened, and the exposure in the mass media. So also in the case in Turkey, it was very interesting to find that going unnoticed was a very important factor that actually helped Turkey to recover from the man-made shock. And on the business side, to be too reliant on certain source market may be harmful, as for instance, Tunisia. Tunisia is very reliant on the European countries, and after the terrorism acts happened in Tunisia, many countries have prohibited access to Tunisia or just advised to avoid this country. So it can actually slow down the recovery process. And also during the man-made shocks, after the man-made shocks, there were several initiatives activated from the public and from the private side, but from the public side it was usually connected to the safety measures, which had economically the second, which has posed the second shock on tourists because of the increased border controls. So it might have enhanced more the substitution effect because the travelers choose other countries with the easier access. And we have seen only a very small part dedicated to the promotional campaigns. So the policy implications gathered from the literature review suggested to try to predict the spillover effects, to address the negative effects, and to increase the security, avoiding the double shock on tourism, and to be careful while emphasizing the lack of linkages, as the slogans like this country is far away from the affected country, or we are a safety country. This might be a little bit discriminating to other countries. So to strengthen resilience, there's still much to do in terms of improving shock prevention. So not only analyzing the recovery processes, but also the preparedness to the man-made shocks through the international collaboration. To the health emergencies, we have seen analyzed the countries which suffered from different kind of shocks. The most examined was SARS, followed by avian flu and Middle East respiratory syndrome and swine flu and foot and mouth disease in UK. And again, on the demand side, there is a shock on the demand side because of the disease concern, but also because of the travel restrictions. Which of course poses a double shock on tourists, and tourists actually, this is the most important factor in terms of most important shocks in terms of impact on tourists, because tourists actually in many cases cannot maintain a continuity and need economic help. But theoretically, there was a huge step forward by issuing the International Health Regulation in 2005 as a consequence of the SARS outbreak. The main objective was to prevent the disease from spreading, not to interfere with international traffic and trade. So we know that unfortunately, practically this objective was not reached. There was previous reaction to shock worldwide and no timely aid for tourism with the financial terms. But although the impact is very important on tourists during the health emergencies, after the restrictions are lifted, the tourist demand gradually recovers. So we may say that in terms of recovery, destinations are resilient to health emergencies. But there are several factors influencing very much on this resilience.
Ladislava, you have only 1 minute, please, if you can.
Of course, the sensitivity to risk, and on the business side, I would say that the economic resilience of the tourist destinations. So it was suggested to seek alternatives with lower impact on tourism, and through the sharing information and timely economic help for tourists. So to improve the economic resilience of tourism. To conclude, so are we able to answer the question, are destinations resilient to shock? We may say that in recovery terms, yes, they are resilient to financial shocks, natural disaster, health emergency, and less resilient to man-made shocks. But in terms of long-term resilience, as ability to prevent, mitigate negative effect, tourism has still much to do during the natural disaster, man-made shocks, and health emergencies to build more resilient tourism in terms of shock prevention. So thank you very much for your attention. Sorry for the initial problems with connecting my screen.
It is okay. Thank you for your presentation. Bianca, you have 10 minutes or no, a bit less for your comments.
No, sorry, I will be very quick. But
okay.
I'd like to start, thank you all for this fantastic opportunity you give us to share our research and also to see very interesting research of other colleagues. And regarding this work, I find very, very interesting. I think the idea is original, and also I think this kind of review are very useful for scholars analyzing the same topic, and also for policymakers. So I liked a lot the idea. Since I had the opportunity to read the long abstract, not the full paper, I just focus on couple of main suggestions. First, the first one is related to the resilience term. The paper lacks on a proper definition of resilience. If you look at the literature on this topic, you see that the literature have many definitions. See, for instance, the work of Boschma, 2014. So I suggest the authors to proper define the resilience, the type of resilience they are referring to, or even classify the paper according to the different definition of resilience. So this would be interesting. The second point, and useful as well, the second point is related to the review of the work. When I read the long abstract, I didn't understand whether the focus was the tourism market as a whole, or so the demand side and supply side, or demand side only, while now it's clear. So you should, in the paper, you should be more explicit on this. Then the final suggestions, I really like the distinction between the four type of shocks. However, I suggest you to be more consistent in classifying the shock using, when it's possible, of course, the same category. For instance, the resilience to country-specific shocks versus the resilience to global shocks. The characteristic of the country associated to higher or lower resilience, and so on and so forth. In this way, it would be possible to find some commonalities among the different type of shocks, but also some differences among the different type of shock and the resilience to these shocks of tourism market. Finally, pay attention, because also financial crises are man-made shocks. So pay attention when you, in the last category, so when you define man-made shocks. So I'm finished with this. But thanks, I like the work, I like the idea.
Thank you. Vladislava?
Yes, thank you very much for all your suggestions. I really appreciate it. Regarding to resilience, in our work, we have dedicated a section to the evolution of resilience in tourism. However, I could not put this section in the extended abstract, otherwise it would be too long. But yes, we paid attention to it, and one of the findings is also that actually all the papers were analyzing the recovery from the shock. So they were analyzing the resilience and stability to rebound back to the previous equilibrium. And we already know that the resilience had a very huge step forward in this. Like, it's not only about recovering, but it's also about the preparedness. So I will try to highlight this, of course, in our work. And thank you also for the other considerations, as for instance, the man-made shocks, that actually is an issue. So yes, I will try to fix it out in our work and work on this. And this was a preliminary study for studying the effect of COVID-19 on tourism, so that it can help us a little bit to understand also in the future crisis I hope never will happen, but like what to do, like what are the factors that we can work on, or what is our vulnerability, or what are the characteristics that make us more prone, or so that it can help also the policymakers, and it can help also the tourist stakeholders to a little bit know what to do, or how what happened in the past, and how we can improve, what we can learn, and how we can improve. So that was the main idea, and I hope that this idea was clear. Thank you very much.
Okay, we have 1 minute for a question if someone wants to ask. Okay, so we are going to the other papers. Glauber is going to be the chair of the 4 papers coming. Thank you very much for the presentations and the authors and the comments. Go on. Thank you, Glauber.
Thank you, Natalia. Good morning to everyone. We're now going to a session of 4 papers. Those papers will have 10 minutes for presentation, and then we're going to have 5 minutes for comments. So the first paper is Hotels, Second Homes and Destination Planning Policies, a sequential game model. The authors are Maria José Alonso Pérez, Juan Gabriel Brida, and Valeria Posadas. So who's going to present?
Hi, I'm Valeria. Good morning to everyone.
Valeria.
I'm going to present this paper. I'm going to share the screen. Okay.
Yes, that's perfect.
Well, this is a work in progress that we are doing with Gabriel and Maria Jose. It's called Hotels, Second Homes and Destination Planning Policies as a sequential game model. For the fundamentals and motivation, this work presents a theoretical model that analyzes the decision problem between building second homes or hotels. The number of second homes and academic interest in this topic has increased, mainly its origins in the Nordic countries and Canada. Academic interest in second homes has increased since 2004 with geographic expansion with countries such as China, Iran, Latin America, Malaysia, and South Africa. Second homes are often seen as a promoter of local economies. However, they also generate negative impacts in different aspects, such as restriction on the availability of homes and price increase. In Uruguay, tourism is one of the main drivers of the national economy, representing 8.6% of the GDP and 6.5% of the total jobs created. In addition, second homes represent the main form of accommodation in Uruguay for tourists. On the economic impacts of second homes, the existing literature mostly uses an empirical approach. Theoretical studies are scarce. In most cases, are related to the analysis of agent behavior using game theory and general equilibrium frameworks. And the objective of this type of studies is to analyze the best alternatives available for the development of tourist destination where second homes have a relevant role. And this work generalized the model introduced in Brida and Bofa and is based on 4-stage sequential game with 3 players. Brida and Bofa developed this model for the city of Bolzano in Italy, where the construction of second homes is prohibited due to seasonality. And this model is based on the idea that certain tourist destinations have tourists all year, and second homes do not remain empty in off-peak season. Therefore, this kind of tourist destination do not generate seasonality. Well, let's go to the analytical framework. We have 3 agents: the landowner that maximize his profit by building a property that will sell it to a buyer who is willing to pay more. D has to decide whether to build a hotel or a second home. To do this, he compares the benefit obtained from each of the 2 alternatives. Then, if he builds the hotel, we'll sell it to a profit maximizing company. And if he builds a second home, it will sold to an individual. Then we have the hotel owner that maximizes his profit by renting a hotel room, or a private that uses the property as a second home for vacation or rented to a tourist. Well, the consumer's utility function, it's equals to individual value of spending time at the tourist destination in peak and off peak, minus the price paid by the individual. That depends in both cases of the season and the type of accommodation that he chooses. In relation to the game stages, we have 4 stages. The first is the landowner chooses whether to build a hotel or a second home. Then sells the property he decides to build to the hotel owner of the private, and the private in the third stage, the private rents the second home in peak or off peak as accommodation in case of not renting it. Tourists make their consumption decision. They choose to enjoy the tourist destination by renting a hotel room, a second home, or using if they are owners, both in peak and off peak. Depends on their preference. The consumer, in case of related to the results and equilibrium, the consumer in peak or off peak prefers to buy the house instead of renting the hotel room, or rent a second home for another owner if the following condition holds. This means that the net value of the second home exceeds the net value of the hotel. And this condition holds if the tourist preference is peak or off peak. It is also demonstrated in the model that the landowner can charge for the second home this price, and the hotel owner achieve a positive profit both in peak and off peak, equal to the individual value in both seasons. And the second homeowner obtained the highest possible value by renting in both seasons or enjoying his property, obtaining a profit equals to the individual value in both seasons. The landowner decides to build the second home if the price of the second home exceeds the profit obtained. Therefore, the second home is built instead of the hotel if the difference in value between clients who have a preference for the peak and those who have a preference for the off-peak is substantial, or if the probability of finding an available place in the tourist destination is low. Well, let's go to the welfare. Unlike what's stated in Brida and Boffa, the tourist destination benefits from the potential income generated by the tourist in larger activities in both seasons. The total welfare generated by second homes results from the aggregation of the income of landowner and the added value both in peak and off peak. The total welfare generated when the hotel is built results from the aggregation of the price paid by the company and the added value introduced into the economy in both periods. And second homes is built if it generates a greater welfare than the hotel. Thus, the two equations that it's 5 quotation marks, 6 quotation mark are equivalent. Consequently, the maximization of the aggregate welfare coincides with the maximization of the landowner. Yeah, finally, for the conclusions, from the society perspective, it is optimal both build a hotel or a second home because of both generate added value in both seasons. Let us observe that contrary to what is stated in Breda and Bofa, we do not consider that second home remains empty in off-peak, and therefore there are no negative externalities derived from the seasonality. In fact, there are positive externalities derived fundamentally from the improvement of local development related to the increase of social capital. And this implies that second homes owners' relationship with local residents benefit tourist destination and local development. For possible future lines of research, maybe the impact on the local community in terms of the generation of direct and indirect employment by hotels and second homes, effects of the two types of construction on the development of ecotourism, rural tourism, and preservation of the environment, the impacts on local economic development of a policy that encourages both the construction of second homes and the construction of hotels, effects on cultural capital and links with natural capital derived from the development of tourism, both for second home and hotels. And finally, the economic policy implications. Well, economic policy should be aimed to promoting and granting tax exemptions, not only for hotel companies, but also for second homes. And this arises from considering that second homes, as they remain occupied all year, like hotels, do not generate seasonality. And therefore, the construction of second homes has to be encouraged in the same way as the construction of hotels. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Valeria. It seems that none of the authors, which will be the commenters of this paper, are present. Is it so? The commenter would be Daniel Balsalobre Lorente. Yeah, it seems that he's not present. So, Valeria, I think your paper is very interesting. So I'm going to make a couple of comments. I think your paper is very interesting. Though I'm not completely sure how realistic is saying that second homes will not have, seasonality issues. So my point is, do you see your model really happening in any particular destination? In which sort of destination in the real world, in which sort of destination do you think your model applies the most?
Well, for example, in Uruguay, in Punta del Este, we have a tourism of a year, and the second homes in Uruguay are especially important in the what are the main form of accommodations of the tourists that that visit Uruguay. We don't have many hotels. Second homes are very important in the accommodation market. So it is possible, for example, it is applying in that destination, and but the model also it has the political implications that the main issue is to try to have a destination that has tourism all the year, and encouraged this with exemptions, taxes, or those kind of incentiveness in policies for local development. If you have a destination that has tourism all the year, you can you have a great demand for all the other industries, or not only for the tourism. It's great. So that's the main driver of the paper.
Okay. Yeah, I think it's also a good model to maybe add some things and also discuss issues like Airbnb, and also the problem of rental prices for residents. It's also an issue that is being widely discussed, the impact of tourism in housing prices for the residents. That's maybe that's something that your model could be a good starting point for discussing these issues. But Raffaele Scuderi raised his hand. So Raffaele, please.
Thank you, Glauber. It's nice to see you again, even from a long distance. Valeria, congratulations for your paper.
Thank you.
I really liked it. I have one point to raise. Do you consider any upper limit to the possibility to build houses, either houses or hotels? I mean, because destinations, all destinations have, let's say, carrying capacity. So it seems that from your conclusions, the policy implications are to continuously build either second homes or hotels. But this could be valid up to a certain limit. After that, the capital, after all, the capital has decreased returns. So the implications in terms of impact on destination, in terms of environmental impact, social impact, etc., could be quite different if we consider either second homes or houses. And in general, there is an upper limit to this. Do you consider this in your model? I mean, this is one little point I would like to raise. That's it.
I didn't consider, but it's an interest point. In the base, the data, the information that sustain the model is from Uruguay, and in Uruguay there's a lot of land available for construction, and the limited, it's not now a problem, but it would be interesting to consider that for the paper. It's an interest point. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Raffaele. Thank you, Valeria. So now we're going to the second paper, which is Elastic Net Logistic Regression Approach for the Sharing Economy in European Touristic Cities. The author and presenter is Susana Herrero Ballesta.
Hello, everyone. I am 1 minute, please. I am going to share screen.
Yes, take your
Everything
time.
okay? Could you see the slide?
We see it, but it's not in full
Okay.
mode.
Okay.
Yeah, now it's perfect.
Hello everyone. I am going to show the paper entitled Elastic Net Regression. Sorry. Regression for European for the China economy for European touristic cities. You can see the cities in this study in the cover. The importance of this study is because Airbnb is the most important company in the China economy in the accommodation sector, and it has disruptively changed the supply and demand for tourists during the COVID-19 pandemic. This new economic model shows many advantages because throughout the platform, hosts and guests can communicate and exchange accommodations, and tourists can enjoy more personalized services without intermediaries and a lower cost. In addition, Airbnb enables consumers to enjoy greater sustainability in their consumption actions, and the platform allows hosts to share their empty or unutilized properties with guests. Nevertheless, this new economic model shows many disadvantages because Airbnb has been blamed for overcrowding of tourist areas and tourismophobia by locals in many cities around the world. Even the rise in the price of housing rentals. And on the platform, there are many multiple owners who avoid paying traditional taxes because there is no common regulation, neither European, national, or local, on short-term rentals. Nevertheless, all these disadvantages do not represent the true values of the collaborative consortium. So, the objective of this paper is to determine the characteristics of accommodations and cities that influence truly shared accommodations to distinguish them from traditional rentals. And with this purpose, we have built a database with the free information available for 2019 of the main European tourist cities from inside Airbnb, like the previous literature, and we had also incorporated several Eurostat socioeconomic variables, data from attributes of the cities and the legislation according to the level of restriction in certain rentals and the saturation of Airbnb accommodations in the city district. We had built this database because some European cities has introduced some changes in the rental legislation in 2019. And this could have changed the supply of accommodation sharing in these cities. And for this reason, we had chosen accommodation that were available on Airbnb in 2019 and they weren't in 2018. We exclude of the database hotel and hostels on Airbnb because they are form part of the China economy according with the definition. And with all of this, we had to obtain 147,161 accommodations in 41 European cities and 20 variables. According with our database, the 46.60% of accommodations incorporated in 2019 are shared economy accommodations. And the type preference of accommodation for the tourists is the full house. According with the database, cities with the highest percentage of China economy are in first place Copenhagen and in second place Oslo. On the other hand, cities with lowest percentage of China economy are in first place Girona and in second place Mallorca, both Spanish cities. We are following the definition according with Llanos Mas Llorenç and others, 2020, where an accommodation is considered shared economy accommodation if the owner only has one property available on Airbnb. Otherwise, the accommodation will be considered as a traditional rental lodging. In this slide, you can see all the variables in this study, the type of accommodation, the price, the reviews, socioeconomic variables, the legislation, gentrification variables, distance to the main touristic points, and attributes of the city. And the methodology, due to the larger sample size, we will use a lower methodology in this study. In first place, we will use elastic net regularization, that is a technique that will allow us to select the most important variables in the model. In second place, we will use the logistic regression, which we will estimate the probability that an accommodation is truly shared. And the most common used regularizations in machine learning are lasso, IL1, RIT, IL2, and ElasticNet. ElasticNet combines lasso and RIT, and all these regularizations are useful to select the more relevant variables in the model, avoid overfitting, reduce the variance, attenuate the affected correlation between predictors, minimize the influence of less relevant predictors in the model, and generate model with higher predictive power. And in this study, we will use the regularization with ElasticNet close to the RIT, because ElasticNet only works correctly if the alpha parameter is set close to lasso or RIT. And RIT is the one that obtains the lowest mean square error. But the problem of RIT is that RIT doesn't select variables, what looking for. For a better understanding, I am going to explain the three regularizations. In first place, lasso, IL1, allows variable selection. Nevertheless, lasso introduces a bias in the estimation. This is the formula of lasso. And in second place, RIT, IL2, doesn't determine variable selection, but implements a L2 penalty. And RIT will eventually be incorporated for the improvement of methods that do obtain variable selection. This is the formula of RIT. And in third place, ElasticNet combines the benefits of RIT and lasso. On the one hand, ElasticNet corrects the poor collinearity, behavior, and consistency drawback of lasso. And in second place, ElasticNet allows variable selection, which is the main disadvantage of RIT. This is the formula of ElasticNet. And in this figure, you can see the differences between the three regularizations. Once the variables have been selected with ElasticNet, we will calculate the dependent variable collaborative economy. To do this, we will use the logistic regression. All the regularizations and regression are estimated using R, the limit project, and the yield limit package with R version 4.1 2021. The result of ElasticNet regularization are shown in this slide. For the total database, for the 41 cities, ElasticNet choose all the variables except mean this R4. According with another cities, ElasticNet choose all the variables except train station distance. And regarding other cities, this regularization, ElasticNet choose all the variables except price, legislation, and cathedral distance. And after that, these are the results of the logistic regression for 41 cities. You can see in this slide. And these are the results for Northern and Southern cities. I am going to explain the most remarkable result in the following slide. And for all the cities, the preferred type of accommodation in sharing economy accommodation is the full house. And hostel type accommodation is more likely to belong to a traditional rental sector. If an accommodation is located close to one of the city's major universities, and in fact that the city is the capital of the country, shows a high probability of belonging to traditional renting. And in addition, a high concentration of Airbnb accommodation in the same district favors traditional rental accommodation. Nevertheless, there is many differences between Northern and Southern European countries and these cities. And in first place, in other cities, the existing or restrictive legislation favors tourist area accommodation. But this variable is not a key factor in the South. In addition, a higher percentage of minors 19 years old, more tourist visit, higher average age, and a bit nervy are more likely in the North to have a truly shared accommodations, whereas in the South, they will favor traditional rental. Moreover, a high number of reviews and a high average age favor traditional rental accommodation in the North, while in the South is the opposite situation. And proximity to the airport seems to be a key factor for truly shared accommodations in the South, and for traditional rental accommodation in the North. And the train station only positively affect in the south. So these are the more remarkable results. I am going to explain, to show a little conclusion. This result gives us a clear picture of the China economy by geographical area. And in the light of this study, we advise to establish a common short-term rental legislation with special focus in hotel-style accommodation. And the platform themselves to report if the accommodation is part of the true collaborative economy or not, because the company's image will benefit from this measure. This is the end of my presentation. Thank you very much for your attention. And if anyone has questions, I will be happy to answer them.
Thank you, Susanna. Very nice presentation, very interesting paper. The commenter of this paper is going to be Daniel Balsalobre. Daniel, are you here? Daniel?
No, I think so. Sorry to interrupt, Glover. It's Bernardo speaking. I think for this, wasn't it supposed to be me?
Yeah. Yes, I'm sorry. Yes, I'm
no
sorry.
problem. I'm guessing I joined in later. My apologies. First, I would like just to thank Susanna for the opportunity to read a very interesting piece of work that's brought a lot of insights on some more granularity on how these new forms of tourism are divided, and they're different. Well, it's an unpacking of these different trends. My main question is, it's a little bit more to perhaps if you can already give us some intuitions on the reasons why you find these results, on what the root causes can be. So if I do correct me if I misunderstand your results, Susanna. So is it fair to say that Airbnb full house type of accommodations are to a large extent crowding out traditional, more perhaps long-term oriented rentals?
The result shows for the sharing economy, the most preferred type for tariffs is the entire house.
It's for the full house.
For the sharing economy, for traditional rental accommodation is the share room. Room.
So yes, for the now this is the interesting part. I'm interested, and I don't know if you have from your breakdown, the breakdown of your results, to understand where these shared accommodations, the shared room type of accommodations, the hostels, for lack of a better word, is this supply coming from the previous rental market or likely not?
In the previous rental.
So I'm interested in seeing the substitution to which, or the conversion to which one and the other are entering into the market. Does this mean with more hostels are we losing traditional rental space in the city, or is this more for the full house type of rentals, of short-term rentals?
The most typical, the most common in Airbnb is the complete house. In the model, we had excluded hotel and hostels. The name of hotel-style rooms are private share room with unknown people. So for differentiate for sharing economy, we introduce this name.
Yes.
It's a minority, this type of room. Rooms share with another people. The most typical is full house.
They have the full house. Yes, I call it a hostel, but it's really you're there with your landlords, quote unquote, right? When you are in the short term. So I was curious whether the root cause for these differences across northern and southern regions for the two types of accommodations could be explained either by the availability of housing, degree of economic needs, I saw that you had plenty of controls in your regressions, but I didn't go into all that detail. Did you account for these factors or for proxies of these factors?
Yeah, I show you.
I'm going through, I guess it's page 10, I guess, but perhaps it's the same of your paper.
These are the.
That's exactly the figure. Okay, let's look at then a little bit more detail. For these two regressions, because a lot of the coefficients are quite similar. Sorry for breaking this down into the minutiae, but you did verify the north slash south dummy was statistically significant, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you had a model specification with that, I think, right? For the location, or not, perhaps.
Mm-hmm.
So what motivated the geographical distinction in the first place? I'm curious.
The situation, the northern and southern theaters, the differences.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, because we had checked for the previous literature. There exist many differences between sharing economy in northern cities, and for example, in the southern, like Spain, like Portugal, like Italy, the behavior is different between this part of the Europe.
Okay. And so I was asking, but I wasn't sure of this. So you ran the full model with a location dummy just to see if it was significant?
This is the full model.
Okay, sorry. I have to apologize because it's the way my Zoom windows show up. They have, okay. So I have the full model here. But okay, here in the full model, you do not have the location dummy, do you? So whether it's north or south for a given, do you get my remark?
Yes, because the previous regularization selects the most important variables in each for 41 cities, and for the rest, and in this case, this is excluded for the model. Okay.
I was just curious to check from, but yes, I see. It's both theoretically based, and in the selection criteria itself, it was not deemed to be a criteria. Okay. No, I think it's a very interesting insight for this type of differences. I was just curious in the sources for the north-south divide there, but I understand it better now. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bernardo. Thank you very much for everything.
My pleasure.
Okay, thank you, Bernardo. Thank you, Bernardo. Thank you, Susana. That was a very interesting debate. Next paper is going to be Bernardo's paper. Bernardo and Guillermo Arturo Ramirez. The paper is Itinerary-Based Tourism, Rescuing Authenticity. So Bernardo, please.
Yes, I'll go ahead and share it then. Just a second. Sorry, I'll just go ahead and get the full screen on. Okay. Operationally, is it all good?
Yes, it's perfect.
Yes? Okay, very well. So this is a preliminary work I've been working or I've been discussing with Guillermo Ramirez. And the purpose of this work is to try to look at tourism from a different perspective, or a complementary perspective to that of destinations as the sole source for, or the sole source for leisure tourism in particular. So we focus more on leisure tourism. I think it goes without saying, but I'll make the point nonetheless in a tourism conference, that tourism importance is real. in economic and social contribution, but costs exist and potential for tourism is not fully realized, no matter what kind of society or economy we look at it. We see it's now a vital part of most developed and many emerging economies, so it has a significant contribution not only to the service sectors, but to the economy as a whole. Spillovers to other sectors are also significant and make up for the indirect contribution of tourism. If we account with those, we can say that, well, there's a global value in the tourism industry of $181 billion in 2019, and the industry is growing fast. No matter what metric or comparison you throw at it, has a very significant and quick growth rate. We see in regions like the European Union, for example, it already amounts for a significant part of its GDP, about 10%, and an even greater part of its employment, leading in the service sector in comparison to even other industries. The other side is that there are gains that can still be realized. We have been noting even pre-pandemic a trend for increasingly authentic, increasingly sustainable tourism type of experiences that travelers are seeking. And there's also a vast body of literature that reports different types of negative externalities that the tourism industry brings. They are there, they are significant, and they matter in the overall scheme of things. They can be environmental externalities brought in by cruise ships or with over exploitation of some locations. There are significant social externalities in terms of, let's use the case of the previous paper, the phenomena associated with gentrification, decline of populations in cities, the problem of we see in cities like Venice, for example, and they sometimes overly concentrate value generation in services in the destinations, leaving other parts or generating asymmetric development patterns in countries, particularly when we are talking about emerging economies. A very big reputational, externality, negative externality that tourism brings that we focus on in this work are these reputational type of effects. So tourist destinations can become victims of their own success in a similar situation as that of a tragedy of the commons, in which you have more and more tourists arriving at a given destination, and the increase in the overall mass will reduce the overall effect, the reputation of the destination, how popular it is. You can find a different number of names to attribute to this phenomenon, but there is such a thing as over-tourism, and it creates a vicious type of cycle in terms of the dynamic of tourism for the future. That is, a city that suffers from over-tourism today may see in the future, or will likely see in the future, a reduction in the flow and in the value that it is able to generate, because there's a commoditization process associated with tourism. Just some brief data, some exploratory data we gathered to demonstrate the trend that we made in the point we made in the previous slides, European-wide comparison. I think we can skip that for the moment. Just to really put forward what we think is the question we wish to answer with this research, which is how do we create sustainable and equally distributed value in the tourism industry? So this is how can we avoid these negative externalities, and we think and still cater to what are the emerging needs, sometimes not so emerging. There are already some established in terms particularly of sustainability by travelers. How do we address these concerns in the tourism industry? Well, we see that some of these trends, these negative externalities, have become the artifacts of a successful process, a process in which we have tourism developing based on a massification, or if you want, a democratization of the access to this service, to the service of being able to travel for leisure purposes. This has largely been catered by large touristic operators that tend to scale pretty well. They have both scale and scope economies. They streamline the process for travelers when they want to visit a given location. They allow for bulk booking in terms of big tours. They are able to deal with large institutional clients. These large operators, as a consequence of their size, they have bigger collateral, so they have less strong financing constraints. And they offer platforms that are one-stop shops for tourists. So some positive externalities also come out of that. These operators for the longest time, they have co-evolved with international tourism, and they have centered around destinations that already had from the get-go the infrastructure, the capacity to attract and to retain and to serve this mass of tourism. So many times they didn't create a destination, but they took advantage of places that already could accommodate this mass of tourism. The negative externalities, some of them, are based on this lack or this missing of what used to be an experience to discover something new, now becomes a commoditized type of experience, or in some cases becomes a stage type of experience. So we lose authenticity and substituted it with commoditization, not in a process that we deliberately create, but as a side result. Or we may try to rescue this authenticity, but instead create an experience that is only staged, so they will still seem fake. We see that this can lead to extreme cases. Venice is often looked or pointed as the most extreme, in which we have these Disneyland type of scenarios, in which the whole of the experience becomes a staged experience. So we see population in decline with tourist numbers increasing, the location losing its own independent economic life outside of the specific industry, and this over-reliance generates a process that feeds on itself. This produces these reputational damages we were referring to earlier, and can affect on the sustainability of the destination for the future. So we seek a solution that steers clear from this centralization trend of concentration into few massive touristic destinations. We understand this was an appealing or an attractive prospect in the past because it offered the simplicity, the accommodation capacity, the infrastructure to set the destinations, but we think we can do better now. The instrument to fulfill this goal is the switch of emphasis from rather than a single destination to itineraries that can complement rather than completely substitute, but that complement and deviate part of the inflow of tourists rather from the destination to an itinerary that's going to be followed by travelers through a period of time. Doing so increases overall hospitality capacity while creating vitality and offering the authenticity that the endgame destinations may start suffering from. So in a very preliminary draft of the model we want to propose, we have a negative phenomenon of over-tourism, going from left to right, that affects negatively on, or impacts negatively on, the sense of authenticity. Over the long run, we expect this to draw fewer and fewer tourists to be prompted to visit the destination in the first place. This decreases awareness by prospect travelers, which again feeds on future fewer tourists. We can follow the downward trend here for fewer returning tourists because you have fewer tourists in the first place. These will reduce the economic importance of the tourism contribution in the destination. So there's reduced investment and economic interest in the industry in the future. So the destination loses some of its centrality and becomes increasingly peripheral. So this is the risk we are facing with some of these destinations. An itinerary model that complements rather than simply substitutes is able to generate more tourists because it offers more possibilities than the one being offered at present, generating increased awareness for prospect tourists to try out the itinerary rather than a single destination. This also creates more returning tourists that want to try new itineraries or want to do the itinerary again. This increase in demand spurs offering or renovation of existing or new capacity into this loop, and new itineraries become more widely available due to the increased interest in tourism by travelers. In this type of tourism by travelers. So this is the model we want to develop. We started with a single example, which is from Camino de Santiago in Spain, which already is a network. It's a very old network going back to its Middle Age heritage from religious pilgrimage, but that has evolved into a set of itineraries that are catered to by local providers and popular throughout the year. It has many routes, over 20 routes, sprawling for long distances, and it has been growing very quickly. There is a destination, again, it doesn't substitute the destination, but rather it complements, because it can be fulfilled and followed throughout different periods of the year. This allows for asynchronous traveling and arrival times, therefore reducing pressure on the final destination. Now, at this stage, this is what we have, but we would like to develop this idea a little bit with the notions of having a formal model to accommodate for this tragedy of the commons situation, and a policy action that could nudge some agents into the itineraries. But so this is what we have to show you for now.
Okay, thank you, Bernardo. Nice presentation. Now we're going the other way around. Susanna is going to be the commenter.
Hello.
Susanna?
Hello, can I say a little comments?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Okay.
Okay. In first place, congratulations, Bernardo, for your presentation. It's a very interesting topic. I really enjoy it. Authenticity in tariffs is a very interesting topic, and sustainability also plays an increasing central role in tariff authenticity perceptions in local enterprises. And in your paper, the goal is to steer clear from a tendency to centralize on a few mass destinations. And the instrument to achieve these objectives is the side of emphasis from the destination to the itinerary. And it shows local business operators have an opportunity to revitalize the tourism sectors in post-COVID era, and because they suffer less from adverse demand shocks than large hotels. For example, these local business operators has less fixed costs. In this paper, the Camino de Santiago is shown as a case study, and it shows that this destination has increased the number of Philippines every year before COVID-19, perhaps because that type of sustainability consumer. I have a few questions. My questions are, is there any post-2020 data available on the behavior of tourist demand in the Camino de Santiago in order to compare it with the behavior or hotel demand within the period of recovery from the pandemic? And in second place, have you considered analyzing another pilgrim routes to get a more complete perspective of the effects the pandemic of tourist-based itineraries? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Susana. So we have been in touch with the Pilgrims Office of Santiago. That's where we get our data from, the Oficina de Acogida Peregrino. And so this is the latest available data, but they should have relatively new data very soon. We did also consider, and it's a possibility depending on where we take the paper, but an alternative solution, and it's interesting that you point this suggestion, or you have on question 2, which I think really is more of a constructive suggestion. I really appreciate it. We have considered looking at different types of itineraries rather than focusing on one, because it may never be truly representative. This is a very specific itinerary with a very well-established reputation, which may not correspond to more common practice or new rising itineraries. We have considered a short list from itineraries around the world spread out in different continents. At this stage, we're still not sure whether we will take the research for that in that direction or not. But it is true that in the version we did send, I think this was a question that really begged some answering. So yes, I think we can consider that. Yes, I think it's what I would like to say.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I really like it, and congratulations.
Thank you, Susanna. I think these are very insightful remarks. Thank you for your time in making the suggestions and the comments.
Thank you, Bernardo. Thank you, Susanna. Now we're going to the last paper of the session, which is the relevance of economic complexity on sustainable tourism under the EKC hypothesis. The author is Daniel Balsalobre, Johanna Festivus, and Ilhan.
Hello.
Daniel is going to be the presenter.
Yes, I'm here. Can you listen to me?
Yes.
Hello. Nice to see you. It's a pleasure for your invitation to this workshop again. So I'm going to share the paper. Okay. Tell me if you can you see it?
Yes, it's not in full mode, but
give me 1 second. Now.
Yes, perfect.
Okay. Well, thank you so much for, well, in this paper has been prepared by Professor Drija from University of Alicante, Professor Adedoyins for Bournemouth University, Professor Ilhan Özkur of CAD University, and myself. Well, in this paper, we tried to advance in the evaluation of the impact of tourism over economic growth and sustainable processes, exploring the role of economic complexity. So, in the first step, we checked the validity of the environmental Kuhnert curve of a non-linear connection between economic development and carbon emissions. We also checked the role of trade openness over environmental processes through technical effect, how there is a transition from a scale to composition and technical effect for selected top 5 tourism countries. And we also explored the role of renewable energy and the dampening effect or interaction between economic complexity and air transport as proxy of tourism and carbon emission. This paper tries to advance in the connection between economic complexity and carbon emission through the EKC hypothesis. Traditionally, the EKC hypothesis had been applied using the GDP per capita or the connection between GDP and environmental degradation where traditionally we have obtained an U-inverted relationship. In this paper, we try to advance in this empirical hypothesis, changing the variable economic growth by using the variable economic complexity. This synthetic index is elaborated by Atlas database, and it tried to mix the effects of innovation, trade openness, aiming to obtain an indicator of development in state of economic growth. In this sense, this paper tries to advance in the connection between economic complexity and the role of international tourism. Well, otherwise, we also explore the existence of a nonlinear connection between international tourism, including the variable air transport, and carbon emissions. In this sense, we try to explain and also an U-inverted connection between these two variables. So we assume that international tourism can transit from a standing degradation process to a correction of environmental damage. So the first main hypothesis is the U-inverted relationship between environmental degradation and economic complexity. So this is not the orthodoxical view of the EKC, where traditionally most of the paper have applied the GDP per capita, trying to see this linkage, appearing a transition from scale to composition and technical effect. Otherwise, we also try to explore the connection between air transport as proxy international tourism and environmental degradation through a nonlinear connection, where we also suppose that there is a transition from extended level of environmental degradation or carbon emission where appears tourism, and the correction of this process as consequence of a developed tourism sector. Otherwise, we also consider that the trade openness have a direct or positive effect of environment. We also consider that there is a negative connection between renewable energy and carbon emission. This connection has been widely explored in economic and energy literature. And finally, maybe the main novelty of this paper is the assumption of an interaction between air transport and economic complexity, and how economic complexity can help to accelerate the process of sustainable growth in economies as consequence of international tourism. Well, the main model proposed is this model where we use a dependent variable carbon emission as an independent variables or explanatory variables. We use economic complexity and the square of economic complexity, trade openness, air transport, the square of air transport, renewable energy, and the main contribution of this paper is this variable, the interaction between economic complexity and air transport, aimed to explain how economic complexity can accelerate the transition to a developed and sustainable process. So, for applying our model, we have used a co-integration methodology, where in a first step, we have checked both. First, that all variables are the stochastic properties of the variables using unit root tests, and also we have explored through co-integration tests the long run relationship between variables, confirming that all variables are integrated of order 1, and also we can confirm that all the variables are co-integrated. validating the long-run relationship of the variable, we have estimated through the fully modified least square process the connection between carbon emission and the other variables. And we can see from econometric results, we confirm an U-inverted connection between economic complexity and carbon emission. We also confirm an U-inverted connection between air transport and carbon emission. In this paper, we validate that globalization and trade openness have a negative connection with carbon emission, validating the pollution halo hypothesis. In this sense, we find that for selected top 5 tourism countries, there is a negative connection between globalization and environmental degradation. We also consider that renewable energy has a negative impact. And finally, maybe the most important result of this paper is the negative connection between economic complexity and air transport. So in this sense, we can confirm that the economic complexity can accelerate the positive effects of air transport over environmental degradation. Well, here we have the graphical abstract of our main conclusion, as we had explained before. We found that, well, both trade openness and renewable energy share a negative connection with carbon emission, and economic complexity and air transport present an U-inverted connection with carbon emission. From the interaction between economic complexity and air transport, we find a correction process or a correction of environmental process. We also have checked the causality among variables, even we are not going to extend in that process in this presentation. And here, we now before finalizing our presentation, here is the way that we can explain how the connection between environmental degradation and air transport is corrected by economic complexity. In this sense, we find that there is a moderation effect via economic complexity of the pernicious effect that in a first stage of tourism process appear in the connection between environmental degradation and tourism. So here we can see this process. This evidence is not new in empirical literature, but this is the first time that for selected panel and with the explanatory variables have been offered these results. So finally, from this study, we confirm an U-inverted connection between economic complexity and carbon emission, validating the EKC hypothesis in top 5 tourism countries. We also confirm a non-linear connection between air transportation and carbon emission. And we also present that trade openness promotes green technologies, maybe via attraction or high-tech and developed business. And economic complexity helps to reduce the pernicious effects of air transport in the first stage of development. So thanks for attending, and now we can start a debate, or I wait your answer for this presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Daniel. Thank you for the presentation. The commenter would be Maria Jose Alonso Perez, but I guess maybe Valeria Posadas is going to comment. Is that so? Valeria? Because Maria Jose is not in the room, and she was co-author with Valeria. No. Well, maybe let's open to questions from the audience. Does anyone have any questions? Raffaele would be surely asking some question, but he's out of the room now.
I have only one question.
Yes, go on, Natalia, please.
No, perhaps I miss it, but you use trade openness. Do you use the measure of globalization, the KO of index of globalization to?
Well, in this case, I've used the variable exportation plus importation as variable of trade openness.
Yes.
We can use several variables to explore the globalization process. For example, the more extended is foreign direct investment. We can also check via globalization. We can apply economic globalization, political globalization, and social globalization from
yes.
COF database. But in this case, we have decided to use trade openness. It's another alternative for checking the connection between globalization or commercial processes and carbon emission for this particular group of top selected countries. We have to understand that these countries are very heterogeneous in other things different from tourism. So we think that it's more homogeneous to use this variable. That is the justification for applying this variable in this context. Even we could try another one. Maybe foreign direct investment is well also, or it works fine for this type of analysis because it also reflects the pollution haven hypothesis clearly.
Okay, and for tourism, you only use air transport, not a measure for tourism, international receipts or something like that, because I think air transport, perhaps it has a big charge of trade. I don't know.
Yes, one moment.
Or perhaps you can use a measure.
Well, we have used
adjusted.
international transport passengers. We have used the variable passengers.
Okay. Is it okay? Yes. Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you so much for your comments.
Okay. Thank you, Natalia. Thank you, Danielle. Since we are already a bit late for our coffee break, let's end this session. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, all the authors and commenters for their contributions. We're going to a coffee break and we come back by 10:30.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
See you then.
Bye. Thank you.
Hola, Raúl. Estás silenciado. Estás silenciado. Seguí silenciado. Ahora, a ver.
Sí, ahora, ¿me escuchas?
Sí, hola, ahora.
¿Qué tal?
Todo bien, ¿estás lista
Sí.
para compartir? Sí.
Sí, a ver, comparto. Bien, está ya.
Ahí
¿Está
está.
compartida?
Después pones pantalla completa y ya está. Ok.
¿Está compartida?
Perfecto.
Ok.
Ahora que te presento y comenzamos.
Sí.
Hello to everybody. We are back from the coffee break or mate break or whatever it is. Today we have an invited Raúl Hernández as an invited speaker. Raúl is from the University of San Cristóbal in Tenerife, and he's a friend of our workshop. He was participating with us in the last 10 years, let's say. And I remember Raúl from the first workshop in Bolzano also. And Raúl is also head of the chair in tourism, what that is called in Spanish, Caja Canarias as Hotel. This is an association of a public association, no, Raúl?
It's a hotel association.
A hotel association of the Canarias side.
Yeah.
And you are part of this association for a long time, no?
Yeah.
So Raúl will present us this paper called "Measuring the Sustainability of Tourists at the Local Scale." Raúl, thank you very much for being with us, and I hope in the next future we can meet face to face.
Yes.
You have, I think, half an hour, and then we open for comments and so on. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, and Gabriel, and for the invitation. And today I'm going to present you my insights on an applied research on measuring the sustainability of tourism at the local scale. The reason why there are so many logos at the bottom is related with this is a collaborative research, applied research with the Institute of Statistics of the Canary Islands, the Tourism Observatory of the Canary Islands, that is a part of the international network of sustainable tourism observatories of the UNWTO. I also am a member of the working group or expert for the measuring the sustainability of tourism of the UNWTO, that this group is preparing a new standard for measuring sustainability, not only at the local scale, but my focus is in the local scale, where I think there are some issues that must be highlighted. So I'm going to go through these points, measuring the sustainability at the local scale, identifying what is the problem, the research problem, and this will be related to the scales of analysis of sustainability. And this is related with the concept, the relevant concept of destination, tourism destination, and the concentration of tourism in such areas. And then I will go through the international standards regarding tourism measurement and the need for an extended framework for measuring sustainable tourism, considering the local scale of analysis. And in the final part, I will make some remarks and present an ongoing case study that we are dealing with. So first of all, identifying the problem in measuring sustainable tourism. My point here is that sustainable tourism sometimes is not well approached or well understood, because tourism, and particularly tourism that is concentrated in tourism destination, that is my focus, has an effect on national or global sustainability. For example, the carbon footprint, but at the same time, the national and global sustainability conditions affect and will affect in the future local tourism destination, for example, through global warming. But what it is really special, what is different in the cases in tourism, is the tendency of local tourism destinations to put in danger their own sustainability because of over-tourism, because of general other aspects of sustainability, waste production, water scarcity, the labor conditions of the employment there, the local well-being of the population living in the destination. So we have three different aspects. We have three different policy issues related with measuring sustainable tourism. We have the contribution of tourism to, let's say, national or global sustainability, but then we have the contribution of national or global sustainability to tourism. And finally, we have the problem we are dealing that is related with the sustainability of local tourism destination and how the tourism development puts in danger its own capacity of surviving in the long term. These issues are related to the scales of analysis, and tourism sustainability can be addressed at different scales of analysis. For example, one clear scale of analysis is the tourism establishment, let's say a hotel. But you can also analyze sustainability in a local destination, or you can analyze in a municipal, I mean local destination, even a place that is inside a municipality. The municipal level, then the regional level, the national level, or the international or global level. Among these different scales of analysis, following Hall, Gosling, and Scott, there are three main scales of analysis of sustainable tourism. That is the macro level, that is related to the global level. And for this level of analysis, we have some data and we have a coordination policy challenge. For example, COP26 Climate Summit, it's a good example of this kind of coordination policy challenge. And we have a clear sustainability problem at the global level, for example, related with global warming. At the same time, we have an intermediate, a meso level that could be in sustainability related to the national and regional scale. For this scale of analysis, there is a contradiction, let's say, because we have fairly good data, indicators, and methods, but actually we have no clear tourism sustainability problem at the national level, for example. Why? Because the sustainability problems arise more at the local scale of analysis and have effects at the global scale. And at the national scale, we have clear responsibilities. We have instruments for policy, but not a clear tourism sustainability problem. The sustainability problems are more related to the macro and to the micro levels of analysis. At the micro levels of analysis, we have a specific sustainability problem in each destination related to water scarcity, related to labor conditions, related to environmental diversity, or the local well-being of population. And at this level, micro level, we have a lack of standard indicators for measurement, and we have a lack of data, and we have also governance problems because the responsibility for taking action to improve sustainability is not clear, and municipalities have often very lack skills and capacity to address this problem. So at the local scale of analysis, sorry, at the national and global scales of analysis, we have these scales include indicators that are accumulative. Let's say we can go from national to global issues. For example, if we are talking about CO2 emissions, or we are dealing with energy consumption, this can be added from the national to the international level. And more important, we have some available international methodologies to address the problems. For example, from the economic point of view, we have the tourism satellite accounts, and from the environmental point of view, we have the system of environmental economic accounting, where we can account for water, resources, energy consumption, greenhouse gas emissions, waste, etc. And in the social dimension, there are not so much standardized indicators, but we have some indicators from the International Labour Organization and some indicators to have this national and global approach to sustainability. But when we go to the local destinations, we have a complex situation. Why? This is the place, local tourism destination, where visitors, the tourism industry, local population related with tourism that suffers tourism and benefits from tourism development is concentrated, and we have some very often fragile environment and value environment related with the destination. At the same time, we have some systems of indicators for analyzing sustainability at the local scale, but we have local singularities. That means that every indicator is not valid to, is not relevant for each destination. The European Union have developed the European Tourism Information System to provide local and regional destination with indicators to assess tourism sustainability, but this kind of set of indicators is difficult to be applied in a general way for different different type of indicators, and this provokes a problem with comparability. Then we have at the local level, it's very important the perceptions of stakeholders. That means qualitative indicators not only the traditional quantitative indicators. And we have at the same time some additive indicators, the indicators that can be added, for example, let's say water consumption, but we have also indicators at the local scale like air purity or local satisfaction or the quality of water for swimming that cannot be added from one destination to other destination. So we have some, if we want to measure the sustainability of local destination, we have some variables: income, local control, green jobs. We have some environmental issue about water quality, biodiversity, air quality, waste management, green firms, and we have also social issues related with education around tourism areas, health, poverty, wealth distribution, crime, corruption, a lot of social indicators that are very important to assess the sustainability of tourism destination that are sometimes very particular of particular destination, and we have no standardized approach to this situation. I told you at the beginning that the World Tourism Organization is working, and there is now a draft related with the measurement of tourism sustainability. It is mainly focused at the national scale because the World Tourism Organization is an organization of countries mainly, and but there is a chapter related with how can we apply of this knowledge to analyze local destination, and there is a lot of problems when dealing with local destination and some alternatives, as I will show you later. So one important issue related with tourism that must be understood and had a lot of influence to the to how to measure sustainability is the concentration of tourism. And tourism is concentrated from a demand and supply point of view. For example, an example in Spain, 1% of municipalities in Spain account for 63.5% of tourism overnights. This kind of concentration can be seen at the global scale. There is, but there is not much information on that. There is a recent paper of Adamiak and Sida that shows us the hot spots at the global scale, and even these little spots are not so little. I mean that we can focus even more to see exactly where is tourism being developed and where the sustainability issues related with tourism at the local scale are arising. This research contains a Gini index for example, international tourism expenditure or international tourism visitors, and we can see that the Gini indexes are very high, that tourism is highly concentrated in the territory, or there is also a group of researchers within a joint research group in the European Union that are providing us with information on tourism how tourism spreads in the territory, and we can see again that tourism is highly concentrated in the territory from both a demand and a supply point of view. And what are the implications of this concentration? For example, the growing concerns on over-tourism and congestions that put in danger the sustainability of tourism, or also the local dimension of tourism crisis. For example, if we see the typical map of cases of COVID-19, we can see how it is not evenly spread in the territory, but we have to focus to a very local scale to see the differences among territories. Or this local approach to tourism can be important to track tourism in the destination as it's been done. Then we can say, so what are the international statistical standards regarding tourism measurement, and how can they help us to assess tourism sustainability? The two main standards of the UNWTO are the International Recommendation of Tourism Statistics and the Tourism Satellite Account. And they show us two perspectives in tourism. On the one side, the supply perspective focus tourism in the tourism industry. And we can see tourism problems from both this tourism industry, this supply perspective, or from a demand perspective, where we focus on visitors, tourists, and excursionists, and when they consume products from the tourism industry and from other industry. But as we mentioned before, we have a supply perspective in tourism sustainability. We have a demand perspective in tourism sustainability, but we lack the territory. We lack an approach to the sustainability of tourism destination that can be related to the international standards, because these international standards for measuring tourism are related to the tourism industry and other industry, and visitors related with tourism, and other persons that are not visitors. But we need to extend the framework. We need to include the territory in tourism statistics, because we need to include destinations, and particularly local destination. Destination can be considered one of the most important concepts in tourism economics, but it's a concept that we know is not properly defined and identified, and this is the origin of many problems in measuring, and particularly in measuring sustainable tourism. And any practitioner that goes to the to develop indicators in a local scale always is face this kind of problem related with the lack of this extended framework, including the destination and identifying the destination. So with this extended approach, we can analyze, for example, a national tourism supply perspective, where we consider the destinations in a country and the rest of the territory, and we consider all the tourism industry when it goes, when the product goes to visitors and no visitors. We can have, for example, a national tourism demand perspective, where we concentrate, we focus on visitors, and we consider both the destination and the rest of the territory, and we consider the tourism industry and other industry. But what is more important, we can have perspectives and approaches from the destination. We can have a destination supply perspective. We can analyze in a destination the activity of the tourism industry when they sell their products to visitors and to non-visitors, or we can focus on visitors within the destinations when they buy both products from the tourism industry and other industry. Even we can have an approach, what it can be called the tourism core, where we concentrate in the tourism industry, we concentrate in visitors, tourists and excursionists, and we concentrate in the destination. Or an integrated destination perspective, we can analyze within a destination all what is happening there related with the activity of tourism firms and other industry, and related with the activities of visitors and the rest of the local population, etc. So at the same time, we have a problem when analyzing tourism sustainability with the 3 dimensions. We have the economic, environmental, and sociocultural, and we have the visitors and non-visitors, and we have the local destination, the regional, and the national. And here it happens the same. There's quite a lot of different approach to analyzing and measuring tourism sustainability. One of the problems in the academic literature is that it is not clear where are we putting the focus. If we put the focus, for example, in the environmental aspect related with the activities of visitors, for example, or if we put the focus, for example, in the National Tourism Satellites account, we are putting the focus in the national level and with the activities in the economic dimension only, and in the activities of non-visitors and visitors and the total. And we can follow a demand approach related with the activities of visitors at the national, regional, or local scale, and related with the socio-cultural, environmental, and economic, or we can, for example, concentrate in the local destination and analyze the activities of visitors related with the socio-cultural, environmental, and economic impact. We have a lot of different possibilities that must be clarified, because it's a way of a better understanding and improving the quality of what is being measured and the quality of the decision making from the data. But for this, we must clarify the concept of local destination. Where? Because there is a lot of indicators that change a lot if we change from a local destination, for example, to a region. A local destination have in the region we have a mix of local population, visitors, tourism industry that change a lot the results than when we concentrate in a local destination. So some final remarks. The 3 dimensions, the economic, environmental, and social, are actually mixed. For example, local prosperity in these 12 objectives proposed by UNWTO is an economic issue, but at the same time a social and environmental, and every objective in tourism sustainability have this at the same time, these 3 dimensions. So it's very difficult to isolate the economic, the social, and environmental dimensions. Another important issue, I don't know if you are aware of that, the United Nations Statistical Commission is developing a project to enhance, to develop economic and social statistics, introducing, it's called the Global Statistic Geospatial Framework, introducing the territorial dimension. This is related with the activity, this statistical approach in the social and economic outside tourism and beyond tourism is related with people, firms, and location. There is an increasing effort to geolocate information, and this initiative of the United Nations Statistical Commission goes in the same line that the initiatives that are now within tourism. Even tourism could be an area that leads this process of introducing the location, the scale, the territory within statistics. And final comment is related with the limitations of the systems of indicators. We have system of indicator for the local scales of analysis, but these indicators have not a clear scale of analysis. And as I told you before, the indicators, the data changes a lot if we measure a very local place or we measure a region. The sustainability implication of individual indicators is not clear. These indicators are like a long set of indicators, sometimes 40, sometimes 100, or even 700 of indicators in some lists, where there is not a weight, a relevance, and the interrelation of indicators. Very often there is the object of analysis is not clear. If we are dealing with analyzing the sustainability of the tourism industry, of the sustainability of destinations, also the singularities of destinations is not considered. There is a combination of quantitative indicators with qualitative, and very important at the local scale of analysis, the seasonality patterns change a lot. Seasonality patterns cannot be added. I mean, change a lot from the very small place when we use a region or the national scale of analysis. So we have to deal with all these aspects. And finally, very shortly, some initiatives that we are dealing with in the Canary Islands. This is an ongoing problem that is led by the university, the chair in tourism, and the Institute of Statistics of the Canary Islands, is that the delimitation, the precise delimitation, the geolocation of tourism destination in the Canary Islands, where we have the 47 destinations that comprise 1.7% of the land of the Canary Island, but account for 94% of tourist beds. We have all these projects geolocated, and this is a new way of looking to tourism and looking to sustainability. How did we reach that goal? We began with the Tourism Accommodation Directory of the Canary Islands, and with the help of the Canary Island universities and the Canary Island Institute of Statistics, we geolocated all the accommodation directory, and we applied some criteria to identify the local tourism destinations. Even this destination that you see here are all of them in two different municipalities, but most of them are inside one municipality. And then we cross this with all the information produced by the Institute of Statistics we test for confidentiality, for statistical confidence. And finally, we have indicators, tourism indicator for micro-destination. Now, at the moment, we have indicators for the traditional tourism indicators, but we are producing in the near future indicators for more environmental related items or social related items. And we have information for tourism destination, for example, the revenue per available room, and within municipality we have places with where the revenue per available room in accommodation doubles the figures from other places. And that's all that are my insights. I hope you find some ideas for your research here. And thank you very much, Gabriel, for the invitation, and any question are welcome.
Thank you, Raul. I'm not Gabriel because he has to go, but thank you very much for your presentation. Is there any question for Raul, a comment, or something anyone wants to share? No? Anything else, Raul, that you want to comment us, or do you finish?
No, it's just the question that when we there is a gap between academic research and when you deal with the destination, we find that there is something that is missing, and I think that it's very important that the work that is been done now by UNWTO to provide us with standard methods to measure sustainability, and particularly at the local scale, because there is a need for research at the local scale of analysis. Some of the national issues, particularly related to sustainability, are not what is needed for decision taking. Tourism research must be more related to decision takers, and that's why I bring to you today all these ideas that I hope you have found something interesting there for your research.
Yes, thank you very much. Perhaps there is a lack of education and formation of our policymakers regarding issues with tourism or something like that. It is something that happens here in Argentina, perhaps in Spain, not to such extent, but I think the problem could be there also. I'm not sure.
Yes, okay. I think that we have no methodologies to deal with the local scale problem. And for example, all the papers or the academic literature that is being published on tourism sustainability at the local scale is like, it's always like case study. There is no possibilities of comparison between different studies. And this effort must be done from not only from politicians and the political part, but for international organizations. The academic must also be aware of this, that these changes are necessary. And this is
yes,
my point.
My point is that perhaps policymakers are aware of that, maybe they can boost us to develop these methodologies. I think this is the problem, but I completely agree with you. Thank you, Raul, for your presentation.
Yes. Thank you very much.
So we have a break now, and we come back at 11:30 for the last session of the day. Okay? Thank you, Raul, again.
Thank you.
So we are going to start. Romulo, yes?
Yes, Natalia, we can start,
Okay,
please.
thank you, thank you. We are going to start the last session of the day. We have 4 papers. The papers have 10 minutes for presentation and then 5 minutes for comments. And sorry? Okay, so we are going to start with the paper. I am on the paper, with the paper of Lorena Martinez, Felicitas Blanc de Urquiza, César del Pozo, y Natalia Porto. The title is Determinants of Youth Unemployment in the Tourism Sector of Latin America. Lorena, you have 10 minutes and then the comments.
Okay, thank you. Well, we start. What's the motivation of this article? Well, tourism is one of the fastest growing sector across the world. I will explain some the advantage and disadvantage of the tourism when we focus on youth employment. It provides opportunities of skilled and unskilled labor as well for other groups who may have difficulty in finding employment, like women, youth, and migrants. The flexible nature of tourism, including part-time and seasonal working opportunities, is increasingly appealing to young people. From information of World Travel and Tourism Council, travel and tourism employ more young people than any other economic sector. In the other hand, Robinson et al. Posit from the unemployment system perspective, the tourism industry plays an ideal low-risk facilitating role in the transition process from education to full-time employment. But tourism employment is low skill and low paid for the most part. Working conditions are often unfavorable and career progression and job security are limited. What we do in this article, what are we trying to do? The aim of this study is to study the determinants of unemployment for young people in the tourism sector in Latin America. Instead of the rest of the economy, tourist sector provides much labor opportunity to young people. We take the age of 15 and 25 years old. The data is from National Household Survey for 5 countries of Latin America: Argentina, Brazil, Chile, Peru, and Uruguay. The years that we use are 2018 to 2021. If we explore the literature, we can explain some facts about it, about this topic. We can say about the transition of the young from school to work, and see that there is some particular characteristic from work for young people that are similar for many countries. For the first one, the youth employment and the transition from school to work, we can say that, or we can mention 2 papers, Handal and Guevara, where they study 3 categories of the path of the young people from school to work. Full transition, they have an job satisfactory, an stable job, or temporary job that is satisfactory. In transition, the job of the young people is temporary, and when the transition have not initiate is when the young people are studying or they are out of work. In the other hand, we can mention Cunningham and Bustos, where they study 3 countries of Latin America, Argentina, Mexico, and Brazil, and they found similar paths of the transition of school to work where young people start working on informal jobs. They continue their path in what we can say formal jobs, and if the young people found a job in a sector and it has characteristic of formal employment, they've been in this job for a long time. For another, we can say that young employment is one of the most relevant economic and social problems in countries with labor market affected by informality and rigidities, tax structures for business activity, and weak institutionality. On the labor supply side, there will a potential misalignment between the minimum requirements of initial access to the labor market and the human capital and job training of young people. On the demand side, youth unemployment is sensitive to the economical cycle, and unemployment of young people affects the outcome of labor market for a long time. What's the model that we use? We will use a multinomial logic models, which is the variable, the dependent variable. We have 7 work trajectories: inactive, unemployed, non-salaried employed, informal employed, eventual employed, temporary employed, and stable employed. The independent variables are characteristic from socioeconomic and economic situation of the young people. There are sex, if the young people are migrants, age, education, if they are taking and training on labor capacitation, if the family income, marital status, if they having minor children, and the number of cycles. What's the first thing? Yes?
1 minute, only 1 minute.
Okay. The first result that we can tell us is that we find that more than 80% of the population belonging to the tourism sector is between 19 and 25 years old. A higher proportion, of young people with complete secondary education is concentrated, although a lower level of university education is observed. This paper, we are working on the model because we have some results, statistics. For example, in Argentina, most of the young people who are employed in tourism are not migrants. We can see here the percentage of young people that finish secondary school at tourism sector. In Brazil, we can say that 30% of young are employed in tourism are migrants. That is different from Argentina. And Uruguay, for example, we can say that 30% of the employment are migrants too. 25% have informal jobs. You can see that the percentage of people that finish secondary school is higher. About Chile, what can we say? You can see the percentage of informal jobs in tourism, for example. A big proportion of young people that work in tourism are women. For Peru, 80% of young people that work in tourism are informal. Thank you.
Thank you, Lorena, for your presentation. And now is the turn of Martin. Martin, if you have a comment or a question.
Yes, do you hear me, Natalia?
Yes, perfectly.
Okay, hi. My comments are the following. I think it's a very relevant topic of research, the continued debate about working conditions in tourism, in the tourism sector. I also think that the research outline that you propose is also strong because you already have the data from the National Household Service, and also you propose a comparative study between countries, which is also a plus. My comment was partially addressed by Lorena, in the sense that I was thinking of considering migrant workers, because, for example, in the gig economy, for migrants, the gig economy is a gateway to the formal economy, and also there may be disparities in terms of education, because people, migrant, have special characteristics. So my question would be if it's already addressed, if it would make sense to include this in the study, and that would be question one. And question two, if you think that it is relevant in the different countries, the participation of migrants in the labor force. Okay, that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Martin. Lorena, do you want to answer something to Martin?
Okay, thank you for the comments, Martin. Well, with the the first results show us that there is heterogeneity between countries, but we have to explore more to have a strong response about it. We take your comments. Yes, there is an interesting topic to continue studying. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well, now is the turn of the paper of Martin. Luis Miguel López Bonilla, Jesús Manuel López Bonilla. The paper is the effects of Airbnb on hotel performance in Montevideo, Uruguay. I assume, Martin, you are going to present, no?
Yes, I'm going to present.
Okay.
I will proceed to share my screen.
Okay.
Do you see my presentation?
Yes.
We see
Thank
your. Yes, yes.
Okay, so the title of my talk is The Effects of Airbnb on Hotel Performance in Montevideo, Uruguay. This is joint work with Luis López Bonilla and Jesus López Bonilla from the Universidad de Sevilla. So as a motivation for our work, we consider digital platforms in the whole economy and in tourism in particular, and Airbnb being the leader of peer-to-peer accommodation in the tourism sector. Also, the Airbnb is a part of the flexible accommodation sector, and it doesn't hold any relevant property inventory. So there is research regarding the impacts of Airbnb on the hotel sector, and those are some examples. And there is mixed evidence from the existing literature regarding whether there is an impact of Airbnb on hotel sector performance or not. For example, Servas et al. And Douro et al. They found statistical significant effects, while other studies, for example, Choi for the case of Korea and Strømmen Bakhtiar and Vinod for the case of Norway, they don't find effects of Airbnb on the hotel sector. So we want to contribute to the literature by examining what happened to hotels in the city of Montevideo after Airbnb entrance. So a couple of facts that I want to stress out that make the case for our study is that the growth rate of active listings in Montevideo between August 2015 and November 2019 was 259%, while the growth rate of the supply of hotel rooms in Montevideo.
Sorry, Martin. Martin.
Yes, no problem.
Martin Falk, you have your microphone on, please. Can you unmute? Thank you. Sorry, Martin.
Yes, no problem. And the growth rate for the supply of hotel rooms in Montevideo for October 2016 and November 2019 was roughly 10%. It's a much much higher rate of growth for Airbnb listings. So this warrants attention, and therefore this high rate of Airbnb adoption suggests that hotels have to lower their average daily rates to adjust to compete with challengers such as Airbnb, which would press hotel revenues and hotel occupancies downwards. Also, we include the growth of hotel room supply in Montevideo because hotels tend to overdevelop. This is the case in the periods of high demand. Hotels accommodate their supply to, hotels overdevelop to accommodate for periods of high demand, and then there is overcapacity during periods of low demand. So we include this in the model, and we also selected Montevideo as a case study because it's the eighth most visited city by international arrivals in Latin America, and it's also a relatively seasonal city tourism destination, despite being a mid-sized city. So, given the objective of the study, we pose the following research hypothesis. Hypothesis number one is that hotel revenue is negatively associated with the supply of active Airbnb listings. Hypothesis number two is that hotel ADR or prices in the city of Montevideo are also negatively associated with the supply of active Airbnb listings. And hypothesis number three is that occupancy rates are negatively related to the supply of Airbnb listings. Additionally, we propose three hypotheses for hotel room supply, and these are the same: that hotel revenue is negatively related to this hotel room supply. prices are negatively related to hotel room supply, and occupancy rates are negatively related to the supply of hotel rooms. So our data is comprised of two parts. For Airbnb, we have data from AirDNA for 5,712 active properties during the period, which I forgot to mention that it was between October 2016 and November 2019. So we have those data, and we consider the supply of active listings by month, which are listings that were available or reserved at least one day during the month. For hotels, we consider 39 hotels in the city of Montevideo, and the data were provided by the Chamber of Hotels of the city, which is the Asociación de Hoteles y Restaurantes del Uruguay, and it's comprised of hotels of 1, 2, 3, and 4 stars. So our empirical strategy is the following. We run fixed effects panel data regression using the PLM package in R, and we estimate the 3 following equations: one for hotel revenues, one for ADR, and one for occupancy rates. Our 2 independent variables of interest are Airbnb supply and hotel supply, and we also use as control variables the unemployment rate of the city as a proxy of the economic activity in the city, and we also consider the arrivals of tourists in Montevideo's airport and in Montevideo's port. Okay, so regarding the results, due to time constraints, I will not be able to show the tables, but I have them as backup slides if someone is interested in a more detailed results. So hypothesis number 1 is supported. The results show that hotel revenues in Montevideo are negatively affected by the supply of active Airbnb listings, and the result is statistically significant. Hypothesis 2 is also supported, and hotel ADR in the city is negatively affected by the supply of active Airbnb listings. The relationship between active listings and occupancy rate is not statistically significant, so hypothesis 3 is not supported. Hypothesis 4 is supported. The hotel room supply is negatively related to hotel revenues, and the coefficient is statistically significant. Hypothesis 5 is not supported. Hotel room supply is negatively associated with hotel prices, but the coefficient is not statistically significant. And finally, hypothesis 6, hotels is supported. Hotel room supply is negatively related to hotel occupancy rates, and the coefficient is statistically significant. So the conclusions and implications of our research are the following. So as a framework, we've seen that the growth rates of Airbnb supply during the period are much higher than those of the hotel sector. Given this, we conclude that the active supply of Airbnb listings is negatively affects hotel revenues. This is similar to other studies. For example, Dourus et al. Study for the United States, Farronato and Fratkin, Mori et al. For the case of Boston, and Servas et al. For the case of Texas. However, our findings are different from other studies that report growth in hotel revenues, or the ones I mentioned that report no impact on the hotel industry, of the accommodation market studies, such as Choice et al. About Korea, and Stroman, Backyard, and Vinogrado about Norway. And the findings are opposed to the ones of Mlanga for the case of South Africa. Secondly, active supply listings of Airbnb negatively affect hotel ADR. And third, there was no statistically significant relationship found between active Airbnb listings and hotel occupancy rates. So we have policy implications for policymakers and tourism managements that are that we take out of our results. Our results suggest a stricter approach towards Airbnb operation in Montevideo. However, we must say that Airbnb adoption may be responsible for a higher number of arrivals to the city of Montevideo if Airbnb wasn't present. So the first implication should be taken with caution. Also, hotels tend to overdevelop, and that may hurt the hotel business by itself. So this may be some sort like unforced error by the hotel industry. And that's why hoteliers should pay attention to the number of rooms in the hotel sector of the city. Limitations of future work are the following. We couldn't compare between 1 to 3 star hotels and 4-star hotels because of the 4-star hotel sample is small. And we also focus only on Montevideo. We would like to run comparative studies with the other cities in Uruguay, in Argentina, and in southern Brazil, and also Santiago de Chile and Asunción. Finally, a note on linearity. So we are confined in the world of linearity here. Panel data models and linear models are good for explanatory purposes, and they are easily interpretable. However, these models are not used for predictive purposes, so our estimations are just explanatory and do not fit explanatory purposes. Okay, thank you very much, and I'm open to comments and questions.
Okay, thank you, Martin, and thank you for the time. I'm going to make three questions, or 2 questions and 1 point. Perhaps I didn't read the paper exhaustively, but I think that you have to give more details about the methodology in the paper, because I was very, I don't know really, I know you use panel data, but not so much. You said a fixed effect now, but I think you have to work more there. So did you include, for example, time or individual effects on your estimations? And related to that, I have a concern about your variables, your control variables, arrivals and unemployment. I think that these variables are the same for all of the hotels or the listings, so you have a problem there because they only vary by time. So perhaps you can replace them with an individual effect. I don't know. I'm not sure. The other question, this is a point. I'm not sure if you clarify, it will be good. And then I would like to ask if you consider to include the price of the Airbnb listings or only the supply. And there is a result that the effect of the hotel supply seems to be bigger than the effect of the Airbnb listings. Could you explain this result? These are my comments. Martin, if you want to.
Okay, what was the last question again?
That there is a result in one of your estimations, I don't remember which one, that the effect of the hotel supply is bigger than the effect of the Airbnb listing supply. Much bigger in the models. If you can explain this result.
Of Airbnb supply compared to Airbnb listings?
No, Airbnb supply compared to hotel supply.
Ah, okay.
The result for the hotel is the number, the coefficient is bigger, much bigger, I don't know.
Yes, okay. I will start with the last. I think that has to do with the fact that hotels, hotel capacity varies varies less over time. So the fact that the series for Airbnb adoption is much faster may explain why this is the case. So the series for hotel development is pretty stable over time. although it has a positive trend. So regarding the first question, yes, we should also try to use individual effects. That may be the case. It is true that time is individual invariant, and also arrivals. However, we've seen other papers that use the same control variables, so we have to take a look at that. And finally, the price of Airbnb listings, we didn't include them because we haven't seen it on other studies included, but it may be appropriate. But I don't know if we would. I'm not sure. I will re-ask you, Natalia, if you think that this would add some sort of add-on to the model.
I'm not sure. Do you have the data? You have the price? I think
yes, I have the data.
You will answer that you don't have the data, but if you have the data, I think that you can try.
Okay.
I'm not sure. Okay. Well, thank you very much, Martin, for your answers and your
presentation. Thank you, Natalia.
And then we continue with the paper of Nicolás Garrido, the value chain of tourism in Latin America. Nicolás, 10 minutes for you.
Thank you, Natalia. Let me turn on the, it's coming. There's okay. Can you see the screen now?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you for coming. Let me tell you what is the motivation of this paper. The motivation is just let me explain you through an example. Suppose two expenditures made for a foreign tourist coming to Chile. So, suppose that he buys the program, the ticket, a hotel in an online travel agency. And also when he is in Chile, he buys a t-shirt with a message saying, "I love Patagonia." Suppose this is the operation. And so, there are many scenarios. I will tell you only two scenarios. Suppose that, in the scenario A, the wage, so, for when the tourist buy this ticket and the hotel program, there is a wage paid out of this ticket. And, it might be the case that part of that wage is paid to someone, to operator who was behind a computer there in India. And on the other hand, it might be the case also that the profit, so because also coming out from this ticket and the hotel, the profit is paid in Chile. So basically the travel agency is a Chilean travel agency with people working in India. And so, in that way, the wage is going to India and the profit is staying in Chile. It might be the case also another scenario that the wage it's paid in Chile because all the guys that were behind the computer or behind the phone, they were Chileans that are working in some place in Chile, and this was for a travel agency that is host in USA, so the profit is going to there. So the motivation of this paper is to identify somehow how these value added composed by wages and profit spread through Latin America as consequence of the tourism made in Latin America, so as a consequence of the tourism expenditure made in Latin America. So this is basically the researchable question, and basically the context of this kind of question is within the literature of impact analysis and linkage analysis. On the one hand, and on the other hand, is also root on the work by Richard Baldwin. You know, he's explaining this change in globalization that is happening. So basically, I think that this is the main context of. So let me go straight away into the methodology. So this is the idea. So suppose that, you know, there is the tourist coming to some country in Latin America. You know, he expends, let's say, $1 in, let's say, a country in Peru. You know, that expenditure is made in many sectors within Peru. Okay. I'm concerned with somehow the distribution of that expenditure. So, you know, out of this $1, the average tourist in the country will, you know, in that country will make, you know, 32% would made in expenditure in retail, 30% in hotel and transport. So I'm concerned, basically what we're saying is in Peru, you know, all this $1, the average expenditure of the tourist is distributed in this way. And so this generates activity, local activity, but this local activity also eventually generate activity outside of the country, outside of Peru, demanding some other activities out there. And so that is within Latin America, and that also in the rest of the world. But we are in the paper mainly concerned with what happened in Latin America. So how do we deal with the information of how the expenditure is distributed within every country? We work with the satellite accounts, the tourist travel and tourism satellite accounts. You know, coming from there, we get information about how that expenditure is distributed and how it is produced, that expenditure. When we have the information, we will not have the information for all the countries. And after that, the information that connect the activity within the country with other countries
Is it me or Nicolas is freeze?
No, I'm not listening to him.
Okay. So Nicolas, can you hear us? We are not listening to you.
Are you? Okay.
Oh. Nicolas, we missed you. Can you hear us, Nicolas?
I guess he's had a...
Yes, but can you see my screen? No.
No, not now.
I'm sorry.
We lost your last 2 minutes.
Okay. So let me change the. I will not use the iPad. It seems to be that's the problem. Sorry for that.
Okay, no problem.
So let me use try to play. And now I can. Okay, where is my PowerPoint? It's coming. There is. Okay. And now I'm missing the. There we are.
So you have two more minutes, 2-3
Okay,
minutes.
I will go very fast. So we were here.
Yes.
We were here. Okay.
Yes.
So basically, what I'm not concerned with the transaction. So what is it? What people buy and what people sell. I'm concerned with where the wages, the profit, and taxes paid in every country. So we will call that the domestic value added is the value added that stay in the country. The foreign value added is the value added that the tourists in a country generate outside of the country. And we also have another, which is the indirect value added, which is the value added that the tourists in other countries generate in the local country. So these are the three main concepts. We will work with the three main concepts. These are the sources of the information. I'm working with Colombia, Mexico, Peru, Uruguay, Bolivia, Ecuador, and Chile. Information from those countries, and the multi-regional input-output is from ECLAC and the Asia Development Bank. So this is the main information, if you like. So you have here. This is the bar is the size of the domestic value added. So the other part is the foreign value added. So this is the blue and the red concept. So what you can see is Chile is the country that generate the lowest domestic value added, and so the other. And Chile and Bolivia, the other country, they generate more than 80% of value added. The indirect value added, so it's the value added generated in the country, in the local country, has consequences of tourism in other countries of the region. So Brazil and Argentina are the two countries that benefits most from the tourism in the rest of Latin America. So this is an index of the participation of the local tourism in the Latin America value-added chain. And this is what it's saying is that effectively Chile is the country with highest participation in the Latin America value-added chain. We can talk later more about this. This is to distinguish the expenditure of the internal tourism from the foreign tourism. I think that I don't have much time to explain that. And the difference, basically, what I want to show here is that the difference that you can observe as consequence of this distribution of value added is coming from these patterns. These patterns are the patterns of expenditures of foreign and internal tourism. So this is what I'm saying is that this difference can be traced back to the patterns of expenditure plus the industrial structures of every country. Conclusion: this was an exploratory preliminary paper. And so I think that the main thing is that effectively there is an heterogeneity on how countries split their value added between domestic and foreign sources of value added. And this preliminary work is showing that. So there is something interesting there. I think that it's the first step on that direction, but much work have to be done. There are effectively countries taking more advantage from tourism in the region than other, and a good explanation for that is required, and I'm working on that. There's more technicalities on the methodology to be worked, because there are double imputations that have to be solved. And finally, I would like, I have to, there's no availability of satellite accounts in Latin America. So I'm still working with trying to collect all that information. And if anyone has information on satellite accounts, I will be very thankful if you can give to me. And definitely it is necessary to elaborate and to clarify a policy framework of an analysis for this. So I'm really sorry for, I think that I used a couple more minutes.
Okay, no problem. No problem.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Nicolas, for your presentation. Agustina, if you have some comments or questions for Nicolas.
Thank you, Natalia. Yes, Nicolas, congrats for your presentation. Was very interesting, the topic, because I think that it's necessary to analyze or to measure the economic impact in this country, no? And the activities related to tourism to continue understanding this cross-cutting sector or phenomenon. It seems to me that it makes a great contribution to the Latin American countries, and it's important to obtain reliable data, because not all countries have satellite accounts. Argentina don't have satellite accounts, so you have an important challenge ahead of you. And just as you mentioned, there is still a lot to do, and congratulations, and continue this work. Thank you.
Thank you, Agustina.
Thank you.
Okay. So we go to the last paper of the day. Agustina is going to present a paper with me and with Sandra Zapata and me. The title is Job Satisfaction and Working Conditions in the Tourism Sector, Evidence from the Literature. Agustina.
Thank you, Natalia. Yes. Okay. And do you see my screen now?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Well, today I present this study called Job Satisfaction and Working Conditions in Tourism Sector. This work is a part of research project, and we integrate with Sandra and Natalia. This is the structure of for the presentation. And well, our motivation related about tourism is considered a relevant sector as a source of economic growth and job creation. So millions of jobs are created in tourism, but what are those jobs like? Many of the studies on this topic in tourism point to the precarious working condition that is current, but what happened in the other sector of tourism in related activity, like agencies, transport, recreation. So for these reasons, it's necessary to know what are the factors that are influencing job satisfaction in this sector, and if the job satisfaction may be affected by low levels of working condition. So the objectives of this work is carry out a literature review on the job satisfaction of working in the tourism sector and the determining factors considering the sociodemographic characteristics of individuals, working conditions, and organizational factors. About methodology, we elaborate a methodology of review the literature. In the first place, a systematic research was made in electronic databases of journal articles such as Scopus, Google Scholars, and Science Direct, according to the approach to job satisfaction in tourism sector in the field of the international article. We focused in the hotel sector because the research was focused on it. But the idea is to continue analyzing what factor influence the job satisfaction of another tourism-related activities. Here in figure 1, we can see the process about the selection articles, and this table, in this table, we show the genres used for the review. Well, according to the theoretical review, first we will define the job satisfaction and the most used definitions in the literature. It was found that job satisfaction is a multidimensional concept, although there is not consensus regarding its definitions. Well, about the studies within the tourism sector have been carried out mainly in the hotel industry. After selection of articles, we find 3 major categories of analysis. And are sociodemographic factor that includes characteristics of workers like age, education levels, gender, marital status. And then the factor of the positions include variables that account the working conditions present in the sector. And finally, we mentioned the organizational factors, which include variables that characterize the link between the organization. Well, in this slide, we can see the sociodemographic factors and the factor of working condition about the different results. Much of the literature on individual factors in hotel industry has identified the age, gender, marital status, education levels as variables that contribute and explain the employee turnover. For example, age is agreed by researchers, but the interesting thing is that these results may be affected by other aspects that are related to gender or income or seniority in the position. In the other hand, for example, for the variable gender, marital status and education level, we find different results. On the one hand, for example, in education levels, job satisfaction decreases as the educational level is high. In gender, other example, the variables we can find that is usually linked to the reconciliations of family life and the greater female representations in jobs with lower wage. The gap between the average wage of men and women is accentuating in hotel industry. Well, in factor about working conditions, we found ambiguous results in seniority, in wage, and work shift. For example, the variable seniority, it can be correlated with the age variable. And type of contract, well, there is a little research of the type of contract relationship, temporary or permanent contract, and job satisfaction. It's interesting to know if it's a preference that responds to personal circumstances. And the last factor is organizational. Those variables that most affected job satisfaction and were work commitment and international relationship. And to a lesser extent are development opportunity, organizational culture, job support. Well, and all they are significant predictors of job satisfaction. Well, regarding conclusion, a topic of interest is evident. Low working conditions are still present in this sector, and human resources have a great impact on the development of tourism activity. We found that dissatisfaction can lead to the intention to leave the job. In this sense, tourism organizations should seek job satisfaction for their employees. And for this, it's necessary to understand those factors that affect it in order to provide full well-being in the organization. Regarding future step, well, as a second step to this study is have to know how do these variables operate in other tourism sectors? Well, we are going to apply a job satisfaction survey in La Plata, Provincia of Buenos Aires, because there is an absence of this study in Latin America about the topic of the job satisfaction. Well, about the network, the Ibero-American network, we need to carry out empirical study and apply it to the sector. And finally, develop of statistical resources that allow make comparative studies whose result lead to the establishment of a specific labor policies. And here I leave some tables for those who are interested. And thank you.
Thank you, Agustina, for your presentation. You are very ambitious with your future steps. Nicolas, do you have any comments or questions for Agustina?
I fully agree with you, Natalia. I think that that's a remarkable work, what you're doing. I think that it's very important to find out this relationship between tourism and labor satisfaction. However, I think that, you know, after your presentation, I have a couple of questions, but what I think is what I thought was the most important or most interesting questions. After hearing your presentation, I think that is the substance of this question is not very strong, but nevertheless, let me pause it. You know, looking at this meta work, I thought that first of all, you know, you're saying that, I mean, coming out of the literature, you're saying that there is some monotonicity between age and labor satisfaction. That's kind of weird to me, to my intuition. So, you know, what I did, I went to one of the papers that you cite there, and effectively I find out that the relationship is linear, that the relationship that they are exploring is linear. And I will say that the relationship should be non-linear, that, you know, in the sense of when you're young, it might be the case that you have different feeling about tourism, and when you are, there's somehow, I think that it should be somehow a non-linear relationship. So if this is true, what you have there in this literature review is that the socio-demographic variables, somehow they are ambiguous at explaining labor satisfaction. Whereas labor conditions and organizational factors, they are less ambiguous, according to what I read. Maybe I misinterpret the result, but you know, if you have that demographic variables are more ambiguous at explaining labor satisfaction than labor conditions and organizational factors, I think that there is a very interesting, if that is the case, there is a very interesting result to be, you know, emphasized out of your paper. Because what you're saying, you know, is that effectively management has something to do with the labor satisfaction. So what you're saying is, you know, guys, we are here, we deserve to be paid. Because you know, management who deal with labor conditions and organizational factors have something to say in job satisfaction. So that was my comment.
Okay. Thank you, Nicolas. Agustina?
Thank you, Nicolas, for your comments. I received your suggest, but well, I think that there are a lot of other variables that influence any factor that we analyze. The factors are the most closely linked to the job satisfaction in hotel, or have had the most influence on it are exposed, like in the factors about organizational, we found that the engagement is important too, and well, yes, exists a real need and opportunity to study that. Yes, I think. I don't know if Natalia can.
No, I think Nicolas gave us an excellent motivation for the paper.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Well, anyone wants to make a question? We have 1 minute. No? Okay, so we are finishing the day. We are going to meet again tomorrow for the last day of the workshop. And I hope you have a fine day and see you tomorrow. Thank you very much, all of you, for staying here.
Thank
Goodbye.
you.
See you tomorrow.
Bye-bye.
See you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Great day. Bye.